Scheduled board meeting. The Board of Education maintains a web page on lewispalmer.org through which members of the public can find our live streaming information, meeting records, as well as presentations and resources, which we will review and discuss during this meeting. Ms. Wood, could you call the roll, please?
Mr. Schwartz?
Here.
Mr. Taylor?
Here.
Ms. Upchurch?
Here.
And I do know Ms. Phillips is absent and excused this evening.
Correct. Hopefully Matt will show up. Ron, would you be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Be honored, thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Comments or questions? Hearing none, Ms. Wood?
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. What?
From the 19th?
At this time, in accordance with policy BEDH, the board will hear comments from members of the public who have signed up to speak. It is our goal as a board to continuously listen and improve, and we invite members of our community to speak publicly for a total of 30 minutes. Speakers will be allotted up to 3 minutes each, and time may be divided equally if more than 10 individuals wish to speak. Groups with a united concern may be asked to appoint a spokesperson. The Board of Education does not expressly or individually respond to public comments. And to this point, comments expressed do not represent the position or opinion of the Board of Education or D38. Finally, we ask that you keep comments shared appropriate for our PK to 12 audience and respectful at all times. Should you have an issue with a staff member that you would like addressed, please consider sharing these criticisms and concerns with the superintendent, who is responsible for supervising all staff and involving the board as necessary. So we have 5 public comments that are in person, and then I believe there's one that we have that was sent in that I'd ask Ms. Upchurch to read.
Yes, sir. There was one sent in. It reads, I am a D38 parent with 2 children in elementary school. My comment is in regard to the recent survey sent out by the district about the 23-24 school year calendar. I found the survey confusing without any context as to why these questions were being asked. As a working parent in 2 working parent household, before you go to cutting back the school week to 4 days, I would like to hear more about what the district has done, number 1, at the state level to increase our funding that comes via tax revenue, and 2, to review administration costs and cuts where possible. For example, who is the chief business officer and what is their job for over $167,000 per year? Also, I would like to understand what warranted a 29% increase in 1 year for the communications director. As a marketing professional with over 25 years experience, I can tell you I have had many more years than 7 in my job in the private sector before I made close to $100,000 per year. Why, when why, when principals were given a more standard and reasonable increase of 3%, was the comms director given this kind of substantial increase? I voted yes for Measure 4A because I love the school my kids go to and the teachers there. But what I am learning about the district is there seems to be a disconnect between this board, the administration, and the people who are on the front lines doing the job. I don't think I'll vote yes again for an MLO like what was put forward this year. There is a desire to blame communities distractors for the lack of support for MLOs, but business people, if they look at the budget, are going to ask questions. The 4A MLO asking for 5.6 annually from our taxpayers was a huge ask without a real explanation as to exactly how that would go to teachers' comp. I'm frankly surprised at what seems to be a lack of due diligence when putting these measures forward. Blaming a few loud people in the community is a bit laughable to me. 52% of our community didn't support 4A, and I guarantee there weren't many swayed by the so-called detractors. Thank you, Christy Anderson, concerned D38 parent.
Thank you. Jackie Burhans?
Hi, I'm Jackie Burhans. I'm a resident, a taxpayer, and an alumni parent in D38. And since this is the first regular board meeting since the November 19 shooting at Club Q in Colorado Springs, which took the life of 5 people and injured 25 more, I wanted to take a moment to recognize this incident, remember these people, and reflect on the circumstances that brought it about. Anti-LGBTQ rhetoric has been increasing in our communities and in our schools, amplified on social media. Hate crimes are increasing as a result. Organized groups are pushing back against diversity, equity, and inclusion, and pushing out programs of support that fight hate. People are taught to hate and taught to fear. People are taught that when they are uncomfortable, they can push to dehumanize and take away rights from those that make them uncomfortable, especially if they feel that they are in the majority. But that isn't how our fundamental constitutional rights work. When I moved to Colorado 30 years ago, the majority of Coloradans passed Amendment 2, which prohibited any laws protecting LGBTQ people from discrimination. It passed by 53 to 47. The fallout to the state of Colorado was a nationwide boycott and the loss of millions of dollars. 2 years later, the state Supreme Court found it unconstitutional, and 2 years after that, the US Supreme Court concurred. This ruling seemed to surprise some folks who thought that majority rule was the overriding principle of our country, not realizing that the Bill of Rights is meant to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority for fundamental constitutional rights. Similarly, for those that feel they should not have to be uncomfortable, I remind them that constitutional rights still apply, even if the results make them uncomfortable. All of which is to say to the district that you must follow both state and federal laws, including those regarding discrimination against LGBTQ students, staff, and teachers. It isn't, as some have suggested, something that you choose to do, but something that you must do. It is also something that is right to do.
Thank you. Stephanie Markle?
Hello, I am a taxpayer, a parent, and a teacher for District 38. And I just wanted to inform you all that last week, a superb member of Palmer Ridge High School turned in his retirement. This man gives up 10, sometimes more like 20 additional hours outside of contract time per week for his students to help them succeed in a highly competitive field. He's going to be extremely missed. The reason he turned in his papers for early retirement is because of the failed MLO. Some people may not realize that lower pay here in District 38 impacts the future retirement of teachers and district employees. Over a lifetime, the earnings here are hundreds of thousands of dollars less than that of D20, and I use this by using a conservative $8,000 increase I would get over a span of 25 years. In our retirement, this gap increases since para pays, they'll pay you based upon what you made during your teaching career. I want to make it clear for anyone who is doubting that this person left because of pay, even though on his record it will read that he went into retirement. Pay matters, and in order to keep the best, our community must incentivize our school district workers to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Thomas?
Chris Thomas, I'm a resident and an employee in the district and a former parent.
I'd like to thank the administration and the board for expediting plans and ideas to compensate teachers and staff after the MLO did not pass. Quickly getting a questionnaire out to teachers, staff, families, students, and the community. I have 3 topics I'd like to quickly speak to encourage a decision by the board. First is to address the idea of a 4-day week to compensate teachers and staff with time. And I and many others have a lot of questions regarding this idea. My biggest concern is for our families and students who rely on their school for routine, consistency of support across many areas, from emotional support to educational support and needed meals during the day. My next big concern with this is for our SPED staff and their need to be able to meet students, to meet their goals on IEPs and so forth. Our SPED staff are already stretched thin with time and heavy caseloads across the district. Adjusting goals and times to meet with students makes more work for all of our SPED staff, and how this will affect our students who will need extra time and extra support to succeed. This must be considered among many other questions before a decision is made. Second, has to do with a possible one-time compensation for teachers and staff. I encourage you to approve this so that our teachers and staff can get some financial relief. I also hope that our building administrators will benefit as well from all of their time and work that they do to keep our buildings running and moving forward with both teachers and staff as well as with all of our students. Please approve this so our teachers and staff can get some financial relief sooner than later, even if it is just a one-time compensation action. Third has to do with pursuing a single ask MLO for teacher and staff compensation again next November. I feel very strongly that if we wait another 2 or 3 years, that will send the wrong message to our teachers, the staff, and our community, that we can make do with what we have, and that it is not as bad as we say it is for compensation and all the arguments that go with that. We cannot make do, and it is as bad as we say. We cannot retain teachers and staff with a one-time compensation events and bonuses, and by adjusting the school week to 4 days to compensate teachers with time instead of an increase in their monthly pay. Teachers and staff will still be struggling financially. One-time compensation is helpful and it is welcomed, but this is not a long-term solution. There are things we can do differently this time based on what we have learned in this past campaign. There are additional education ideas for all of our teachers, staff, and our community to better understand state funding and district funding. There are ideas to mobilize volunteers and donors as well. We must ask again in November. Please pursue another ask, a single question to address teacher and staff compensation in November. Thank you for keeping compensation at the forefront of our financial discussions, and to all of you in the administration for all the work that you do for our district. Thanks.
Thank you. Kristen Henry Dallinger.
Thank you for taking time to hear our comments this evening. My name is Kristen, and I have 2 children who attend Prairie Winds Elementary School, one in 1st grade and one in kindergarten. I'm here this evening to speak about the calendar survey recently sent out. It's safe to say that there was a lot of disappointment when 4A didn't pass. Teachers, support staff, parents, we all felt the sting of loss and the perception that the community doesn't value our teachers or our children's education. I'm happy the district is considering ways to value our teachers and support staff. Without amazing people like them, our district wouldn't function. That said, the calendar survey caught my family off guard. It was the first time we became aware the district is considering significant changes to the calendar and our kids' education. Additionally, the survey itself lacked any sort of clarifying information related to the choices being proposed. The questions were gauzy at best, lacking any sort of substance or nuance. We can't be expected to give thoughtful, informed answers to these questions without the district providing significantly more information and discussion as to how this would affect the teachers, our students, and their education. I've found it's important when making changes to determine 4 primary things. What's the reason for the change? What's the goal of the change? Is the goal accomplished by making the change or changes? And what secondary and tertiary effects do the changes have? It felt like these 4 main elements were missing in the survey, which gave the impression that, number 1, the district has already decided that some type of 4-day school week is going to happen regardless. And number two, that the district has no idea how any of these choices will function in practice. Ultimately, the calendar survey is flawed and incomplete in its current form. There are several unanswered questions that should have been considered prior to each option being presented. For example, how will the changes affect the budget, if at all? Will this allow teachers to be paid more or just have the opportunity to get a second job? How many would actually get a second job? Is this even what teachers want? What additional work is the district doing regarding pay, as this is likely a long-term issue that will not be solved by changing the schedule? What secondary, tertiary effects would the changes create? What effects would they have on working families? How would the changes work in reality? What results have schools in other districts, counties, and states had when implementing these changes? And most importantly, because the education of our students is the primary concern when making any change, how will this allow us to maintain educational quality and consistency? The survey in its current form fails to address any of those questions. The survey also presented its choices as false dichotomies. And when people are presented with only two choices, they tend to take the path of least resistance by providing a single answer instead of asking clarifying questions to address any nuance or points of application. Finally, there doesn't seem to be any additional weight given to individuals and families directly impacted by proposed changes versus the community at large. In summation, it's my opinion that the survey results should be taken with a grain of salt initially. I think the district would be remiss moving forward with these results, ultimately to find no one likes the choice made because it's drastically different in practice than originally stated. It would be helpful if the district did additional research and presented their findings at multiple town halls. This would give teachers, parents, guardians, and students the opportunity to hear all options in detail, engage in productive dialogue, and provide critical feedback. Once that has been accomplished, it would be appropriate to send another survey, more detailed survey, as we determine how best to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Zark?
Last month, a member of the LGBT community went into a nightclub and brutally attacked members of the LGBT community. The person who's been arrested for this, through his lawyer, identifies as non-binary. Now, if we look at the facts that are currently known, the person who shot up that nightclub is clearly not being influenced by the rhetoric of people that are so often labeled as hateful, right? Because someone who's influenced by people that are constantly being labeled as hateful would never describe himself as non-binary. So what we have here is an attack by someone who's clearly disturbed against a group of people. Yet, we have speakers coming in to this meeting and across the country attempting to tie hateful rhetoric to this attack as some sort of cause. I'm just here to highlight the fact for everyone, because I knew this would happen, that when people purposely insinuate that hateful rhetoric is responsible for an attack like that, they themselves are attempting to incite hatred against the group of people that they're insinuating are responsible for the attack. This is becoming very serious now, because we're finding lawmakers and policymakers who are responding in kind to give the attacked, aggrieved group special rights over the group that is being labeled as hateful, right? This is how blood libels work. You go in and you scapegoat a group that really had nothing to do with the wrongs that have been committed, And you do it over and over and over like a broken record until the scapegoated group no longer has a voice to defend themselves because they have been so labeled as hateful. And I'm just asking that everyone listening would reconsider and put more thought into what's actually happening versus the rhetoric that's being repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on in our agenda to board member comments. And I'll ask Teresa to go first since she's in South Africa, right? That was quick. Thank you, Teresa. Ron, would you start for us tonight?
Sure. And this is, I believe, if I have the calendar correct, this is our last meeting before the end of the calendar year break, correct? So I want to do something we did a year ago, which is go across the table here and take inventory of why we really do this. And Dr. Summers?
Does that mean I'm first?
2 sentences or less. Why do you really do this?
I feel it's a calling to support all of the folks in the system that are dedicated to uplifting each and every one of our students to not only achieve but exceed their full potential in life.
Mr. Taylor?
My wife made me. Just kidding.
That's the first sentence. Now how about the second one?
So I think it ties into our priorities, and it's really the first 3 priorities that matter the most, and that's to provide a safe and welcoming environment for our children in which they can thrive and achieve and grow. And the second priority is to have a curriculum that helps them prepare themselves for adulthood. And the third priority is our teachers and that relationship between teachers and children and parents. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Upchurch?
It's funny that you would ask that question because just today I came across an old flyer and I asked that same question of myself. And this was my first flyer when I first ran for the board 5 years ago. And so to meet the needs of every child, to advocate for parents, and to support quality teachers. And that goal and that mission has not changed. And I'm unwaveringly dedicated to that.
Thanks. And I'll answer for myself. And for me, it's really about our country. There's a lot going on around the world. There's for every evil thing, there's probably 150 great things. But the evil things get the attention and they do things that have massive impact. And the more we can put wonderful, hardworking, ethical citizens in the space of the world, the better chance we have of having a great future. Having said all that, I went through this level of redundancy for a very specific reason. As we heard from our comments today, there's lots going on. There's lots of bad things going on. But for every bad thing that's going on, I would still argue there's 25 or 30 or 50 wonderful things. And our mission is to make sure that the 6,500 kids in the 2 school systems that are in this district have a fighting chance, that they have integrity, ethics, good work ethic, and that they're quality contributors versus takers from the society they enter. And that's why I wanted to make sure we entered into holiday season thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Matt, can we hear you now? Do you want to test that?
Yeah, I don't have any comments, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Teresa, or Tiffany.
So I want just to start off and say thank you to our parents and to our staff and our stakeholders for bringing your heartfelt thoughts and concerns to the attention of this board and for entrusting us to take what you say seriously. it is important that you all know that we truly do value what our community brings to the table. And what I have heard clearly is that we need to further engage with our community with more information and strive to find solutions as a D38 community. And to that end, I look forward to continuing these conversations with respectful and open dialogue. And I think we owe it to all of our students a commitment to find the best way to support each and every single one of them and their families and ensure that they have access to a safe learning environment. And I think we owe our talented educators and support staff a commitment to reward them for their service and dedication to our students. And I think we owe our stakeholders a commitment to good stewardship and to work with each other to find solutions that reflect the collective values of our community. I believe that we must work together as a community to take care of our students, to take care of our educators, our families, and our schools. And I also want to say to all of you, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. This will indeed be the last meeting of our last board meeting of 2022. So may each and every one of you find hope, peace, joy, and love, not just during the holiday season, but in all that you guys do and all that we do. I hope folks have been able to take in all that has been going on in our schools and in our community, from our town tree lighting to craft fairs to the Yule log hunt, Christmas teas, and so on. And throughout our district this week, our students are finishing up final projects and cramming for end of semester exams. They're no doubt getting lots of sweetened treats during holiday parties, putting on concerts, performances, and competing. And I'm sure parents are prepping meals, gifts of appreciation for our teachers, and working overtime to finish up, as our teachers work overtime to finish up reports and report cards, giving hugs, and even helping a struggling family. And as all of us are realizing there is still so much to do, and also looking forward to a little bit of respite, in all of the goings-on and hustle and bustle, please consider adopting a D38 school or completing a teacher's Amazon wish list, donating to Tri-Lakes Cares, or anonymously helping a family in need in our community through the D38 portal. And when we return, I encourage folks to join us. Spend a day on the front lines in a kindergarten classroom at Palmer Lake Elementary School, or reading to a 5th grade class at Bear Creek Elementary, having lunch with our middle schoolers, or walking the halls with one of our teachers or our resource officers in the halls of our high schools. Attend a strings concert at MA or volunteer at DECA. Dedicate time and energy in advocating and collaborating with all of us at the state level, all the way to the local level. And for that, I want to say just finally, Merry Christmas again and Happy New Year. And thank you for always engaging, and I look forward to engaging with everyone.
Thank you. I don't have any comments tonight. I just want to say happy holidays to everyone and wish everyone a safe and ask everyone to try and be safe during these holiday seasons. And I guess there is one thought I wanted to share, and that is I think one of the roles of the school system is to protect children. I know it's about educating them. I know it's about helping them grow and become the best adults possible. But there's an element of protection, and we've invested quite a bit of money in vestibules, which is designed to help keep shooters out of the buildings. But that's only one thing that can actually be used to attack children. And in 2023, I'm going to be much more focused on the protection of every child every day. And obviously to not break any non-discrimination laws, but I'm going to use the best reason I have and that everyone that I talk with about what is the best way to protect all children every day in our school system, so that when they leave, they don't have those experiences that will basically hurt them as they move on in life. So that's just a personal thought. So Dr. Summers? Look forward to your update as usual.
Well, thank you for your comments, board, as well as your steadfast service and stewardship of our school system, and appreciate those who are here tonight and comments that have been made as well as shared electronically. So as you noticed, or may have noticed, we actually didn't have, I think for the first time in a very long time, public in-person recognition tonight, but we have plenty of things to celebrate and to share with you as far as this update goes. And 'tis the season for all sorts of things like finals and events and people getting ready for a well-deserved holiday and extended winter break. So we wish everyone extremely well in that process. And we'll start off with the update this evening, including several celebrations and kudos of the staff members that you see bulleted here. And I just think it goes toward mentioning that all of these individuals have gone an extra mile with exemplary work in making a difference and being great team members. And it would be awesome to share all of the individual examples that are reflected here, but we just want to give at least this monthly shout out with respect to these individuals, and there's so many more that I think continue to give of themselves each and every day. So thank you for all of those efforts. We had an outstanding Lewis Palmer Middle School choir program who performed on December 5th. And just wanted to congratulate our middle school musicians, as well as 2 other LPMS performances, including the not-so-mysterious disappearance of Cinderella, and 8th graders producing a rendition of Alice in Wonderland. So we are, again, very grateful for all of the extracurricular effort that goes into these types of performances, as well as several of our high school students who have achieved the distinction of being recognized as all-state musicians. So you see several individuals represented through our all-state choir, all-state jazz, and all-state orchestra programs. So a huge shout out to all of our outstanding students in this field, as well as regional success, most recently at DECA. So huge numbers, 86 Palmer Ridge students and 26 Lewis Palmer High School students that competed against about 1,000 students regionally, with 38 of our PR and 8 of our LP students qualifying to advance to the State Leadership Conference as we turn into the new calendar year. And so some of our students who are recognized for earning the top test score in their event include the 7 individuals that you see listed there. I'm skipping over reading all the names just to save myself the embarrassment in them too, but a huge shout out there. We have also a business class at Lewis Palmer High School that pitched various menu options to Mr. Tellas at Rosie's Diner, and he ultimately selected the monumental avocado toast. So if you haven't been to Rosie's recently, that would be a shout out in the next, looks like week or so, to try out the monumental avocado toast. So this is just another example of really good partnerships in our community with our business partners and some outstanding ideas from our kiddos. Our state spirit competition, we had both our Lewis Palmer High School cheer team who competed valiantly and put up the 4th best score in the final round, and our Palmer Ridge dance squad, who also competed, coming up just a little bit short in the jazz category. But hours and hours that go into those events, and again, a big shout out there. We have, or had recently, November 26th, Palmer Ridge NHS Service Day, so that's our National Honor Society members who volunteered time to clean up Creekside Trail in Glen Park over in Palmer Lake. So appreciate those service efforts of our kiddos. And you may recall, I think it was a couple months ago, we provided an update on our Cubbotics team, led by Coach Griffin, who competed at the state FLL tournament and placed in the top 20 of the 54 best teams, and one of our teams, the Croc Cubs, specifically earned the Judge's Choice Rookie Award. So again, big shout out there. And then actually this is an event that's just right around the corner. Thursday evening, Lewis Palmer Middle is gearing up to host their first ever Career and Technical Education Showcase. It says Wednesday, I think it's Thursday. At least it's in my calendar as Thursday, so pardon that misentry. But we're proud to showcase what our CTE students have learned and created throughout this school year. We also have, as we turn into January, upcoming choice nights for our 8th graders. So we have 3 choice nights across our 3 different secondary or high school campuses. So you can see that information, and I know our entire schools are looking forward to showcasing all of the great things that are happening at each of their campuses as students make decisions about where they may be attending going into the 23-24 school year. Also just wanted to share with you, and you'll hear a little bit more about this as we work through the evening, but as you recall, we've continued with our next steps and in the phase of our finalized Portrait of a Graduate and Educator process. So we're charging what we're referring to as a task force with disaggregating data that's been gathered from various constituents over the past several months. And this is a committee that's also going to inform the development of the prototype. So we've done some really strong work, as you recall, over the past better part of a year. And this will enable us to cement a visual description as well as all of the attributes and the aspirations that we have on behalf of all of our future graduates and our educators. So we have 3 planned meetings that are scheduled January 12th, 26th, and 9th, and I believe we have a committee or a task force that's about 30 plus strong right now, composed of students, family members, community, staff, so we're really excited about engaging them in this continuous effort. And then finally tonight we have a pretty robust agenda in front of you. We'll kick off with a review of the calendar survey, and this provides us with important information as we consider next steps. Important to note that no decisions have been made, and there will be none that are made this evening, but it's an opportunity to begin to shape what additional conversation would look like as we partner with our community in this effort. Have a lot to cover with regard to our amended budget and our use of reserves. As you recall, the past couple of meetings, I believe, and including our work sessions, we've got into some pretty significant detail here. So we're excited about sharing with you where we're at as far as those next steps. There will be consideration, as you already know, around the possible use of reserves related to a one-time compensation action, as well as discussion and a consideration for an addendum or an addition to the school bus purchase that was also discussed last month. And then we've got our next round of policy revisions. Actually, we have some second readings for your ultimate approval, and a first reading, I think that a couple first readings that you'll appreciate from follow-up from our last work session as well. So that concludes the update, unless there's any questions I can respond to.
I have a question.
Go for it.
Statement. Can you remind our folks here and everywhere about the Parent Safety Academy on January 30th with District DA Michael Allen?
So it might be best for me to invite Mr. Coates up to do that. That wasn't something I had fully anticipated the question on, but Mr. Coates, do you want to, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. A+ is the grade for Mr. Coates. Does that help, Ms. Upchurch? Was that what you were looking for? Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Ron, any comments or questions? Matt, any comments or questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Let's move on to our next agenda item.
If I can, Mr. Taylor, and I apologize, I'm getting conflicting information. So I'm hearing the CTE showcase is indeed on Wednesday. So apparently the superintendent's agenda or calendar is a little out of sync. So I believe Wednesday we will see y'all at Lewis Palmer Middle School,
The
if you're
14th
planning on.
The 14th of December.
I believe that is Wednesday.
5 o'clock.
And thank you, team, for being kind to me in that correction.
All right, our next agenda item is C1, review the D38 calendar, first survey results.
Good evening. I've invited Mr. Belcher up to co-present with me this evening. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to review our calendar results with you this evening related to our school and family calendar. So, as you remember, we had a lengthy discussion at our recent work session regarding the survey format and process. And again, this survey was intended to specifically look at how our staff, students, and families may respond to other calendar structures based on the outcome of the MLO. As we have heard from our staff that the value of time may be one way to compensate as an alternative in our current circumstances. So this survey was meant to be a cursory look at what the appetite might be for change in our current calendar structure. Trying to figure out how to make it advance. Okay, there we go. We did provide the survey results in board docs for the board and community review, and we're happy to answer questions and entertain the discussion however you would like during this presentation. We do want to shout out a note of appreciation to our community who helped develop the survey questions. We did have a community meeting and invited all staff and parents right before the Thanksgiving holiday to help us draft questions that would be meaningful related to examining our current survey structure. We launched the survey on December 1st, and the results that you'll see this evening were collected on Friday this past week. As of Friday, we had 2,261 total respondents, with 1,443 folks identifying as parents and guardians, 332 as staff members, then an additional 181 who identified as both a staff member and a parent or guardian, and 288 students. When we looked at the results, these were the themes that emerged. There was overall satisfaction with the current calendar structure that D38 operates with. However, there was still a significant openness to change. There was a preference for full day professional learning days versus late start professional learning days, and that's something we've heard strongly anecdotally from our staff, and that was also appreciated by our parent community in the survey results. There was strong support for closing D38 offices during breaks. There was strong support for keeping a full week off for staff and families over Thanksgiving. There was strong support for keeping longer school days versus an extended school year model. When we did meet with the community to craft the questions, there were quite a few comments in that group about maybe looking at more innovative models where we would do either a year-long school year with breaks throughout, or even just starting earlier, ending later with more frequent breaks. Mr. Schwartz.
Thanks, Ms. Wetzstein. Just to be safe, can you help us define what the team meant in terms of support? Was it majority or
We'll
was it?
show you that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can show you that. There was support for a 4-day school week, and there was support if the district were to pursue a 4-day school week. Fridays were the preferred day off for students. Here's one example of some data we wanted to call out. Again, there was broad support that showed that our staff and community would support closing district offices when teachers aren't contracted to work, and that would allow for closing District 38 offices when school isn't in session allows for potential savings on utilities. We don't expect a large savings just closing over breaks, however. There was not support for these areas in general. So there was not support for extending the school year. As we talked about, folks appreciate longer school days and less school days overall. There was not a concern expressed with aligning with neighboring school districts. And there was not enough desire to expand the current 2-day fall break structure. It's important to have this context if we were to explore changing our school week as we consider the potential of a 4-day or some kind of a hybrid school week. We still have to meet the minimum requirements for student contact time. So those are noted here. If we do adopt a calendar with less than 160 instructional days, we do need to seek approval from the commissioner. And we do want to call out that we must approve the calendar before the end of the school year.
For the next school year, right?
Correct. Okay, so overall results, we did not disaggregate all of the questions for you, but we do want to call out a couple of areas, and then we can provide additional information as you would like. So this data here represents support, non-support, and those needing more information for what a 4-day school week would look like. And you can see that in the supportive row, the percentage, 52.6%, represents of all of the parents and guardians who participated in the survey. That was the percentage that supported that structure. And then you can see the same for staff. It was 76.2% of staff and 79% of students. Conversely, there were over 30% of our parent community that were unsupportive of that structure.
Ms. Wetzstein, it might be helpful to just, on that 1 through 5 scale, specify we counted 4s and 5s as supportive,
Yes.
1s and 2s as non-supportive, and 3s as in the middle as undecided. So we do have that data through the analysis. I just want to call that out because we're taking a lot of information and we're just synthesizing it through this presentation here. We also intend to publish those results in a few different ways so that there's transparency back to the community. That's just going to take some time, keeping in mind that there was, again, over 2,200 responses. And also want to note that the survey still is open. We are taking this data as of, I believe it was Friday, December 9th that you mentioned earlier.
Okay, then we also wanted to call out for this evening's presentation support for full days off for teacher development versus our current structure of some full days and some delayed starts. We have heard very loudly from our staff that those delayed starts can be very disruptive to the school day and to the education of students. And again, you can see the percentage of the folks who participated in this survey for each of those groups.
I might just note that for the areas we did not dive deeply into, the results were decisive. So a good example is for keeping the Thanksgiving break a full week, more than 80% of respondents said, yeah, keep it the full week. So not necessarily wanting to go too deeply into something that is almost unanimous.
And we're, as Dr. Summers mentioned, we're happy to share all those disaggregated results, but as Mr. Belcher described, most of the questions were very decisive across groups. Okay, a little bit about the themes that are beginning to emerge, and again, with the number of participants that we have to take a look at, we are still digging into these comments. So we saw ample commentary on personal preferences related to the potential 4-day week schedule, so those were both in favor of and against. We saw comments about other cost-saving MLO reactions, such as cuts to staffing and services. We saw themes of possible ideas for additional revenue, mostly around fundraising. There were productive comparisons about calendars to other school districts and mentions of other school district calendar models. There were quite a few comments about revisiting the school start time conversations that have occurred in the past, specifically flipping the elementary and secondary bell schedules. And again, we're continuing to analyze the comments for additional themes. So what we would like to do is open up a little bit for discussion here in a moment to get some direction from the board on how you would like us to proceed. Our recommendation is to use the results from this cursory survey to conduct a thorough research and development process to examine 4-day calendar models. As one of the states with the most 4-day models, we have access to many colleagues who are currently working in systems with 4-day school weeks. We understand that we would likely conduct follow-up surveys and input sessions as needed. We would involve multiple stakeholders. We would identify possible impacts, both positive and negative, and potential solutions. And then we would propose presenting you with a potential 4-day school week calendar for the upcoming school year at the March work session for consideration and possible approval at the March 13th regular meeting, if this is the direction that you would like us to move toward. Additional recommendations based on the widespread support from our community, as well as reduced demand for services over the holidays, it's also recommended that we close district offices this current holiday from December 22nd through January 2nd. This would prompt a change to some of our staff year-round calendars to preserve current annual compensation levels for hourly staff. So essentially, we would close district offices. Some staff would continue to work remotely as possible and appropriate, and calendars would be adjusted to not impact a negative pay outcome for hourly staff. And then we would propose this become an annual practice. And we'll pause and open it up for discussion.
I have a couple questions. first question is about children, and are there research and results of research that indicate a impact on children learning in a 5-day versus a 4-day?
We can actually share some recent research that was published in a national publication that looked at Colorado specifically as one of the states with a majority of districts on a 4-day school week. The academic achievement so far has not been impacted. They are beginning to see slight impact on growth. Keeping in mind that we are still required to meet the hours for student learning. As I was reading some of that research recently, they did note that students in school districts that operate on a 4-day school schedule are typically more involved in school activities and typically report doing more chores.
Oh, I'm in.
But we'd be happy to share that, and I would suggest that we continue to conduct research if this is the direction that we want to pursue. That would be a next step in really reaching out to our colleagues in other districts and taking a look deeply at those impacts.
And I asked that question first because I think that should always be front and center in our goals here and whatever we're doing. The next question is a follow-up to that, and that is this a result, moving to a 4-day work week, is it primarily a result of the MLO not passing?
We are pursuing this option as a strategy to retain and recruit our staff in light of this election result. And I'll let Dr. Summers chime in on that if you have any.
Yeah, I think
more
it's fair to
detailed
say that one of the byproducts of continuing to be competitive in a very competitive marketplace where we don't necessarily have the 4.5 roughly infusion of additional dollars coming into our budget, that this is in large part a function of hearing from many of our staff members about what else can be done. If it can't be a monetary investment, is there flexibility to the degree that we can achieve some way to demonstrate a valuing of time as opposed to monetary value?
But the interaction with students remains the same. So it's a reshuffling of the calendar, but the student time has to meet the state standard.
Correct.
That is correct. So it would be redistributing that time. And again, if we move forward in this direction, we would seek input into how we would redistribute that time. So options could be starting earlier in August, extending until the end of May, adding minutes into the day could potentially be options.
And at the end of the day, the outcome might be that we go to this 4-day schedule and we're still 8% below compensation for our neighboring districts, and we still have turnover, etc. Do you believe that this adjustment will be successful in retention? Since you're telling me also that everybody has 4-day work weeks in Colorado.
Well,
You didn't say everybody, but
124 districts are currently operating on a 4-day.
that's about 2/3, right?
We did not ask the question, at least yet, as to if we were to make this move, how likely would you be to either remain, or would you still potentially consider pursuing employment elsewhere? Anecdotally, what we've heard is that there's at least a favorable, and you can see it from the data results as well, a very favorable reception from a staff perspective on moving in this direction. While that is something that we definitely want to note, we also want to make sure that we are not doing this in isolation from the potential ripple effects. Maybe not even potential. There will be ripple effects to families and to a student or students, and so those have to be important aspects of this next phase that we're contemplating moving in. Obviously, we would want to move purposeful and very responsively to what we're hearing about potential pros, potential cons, and all of the variables associated therein. And we also have to make sure that we're not dragging our heels in that process either. And that was part of the reason why we suggested a timeline as early as, or late as, if you will, coming to some type of decision no later than March. We just feel like if this is something that has merit and this has a lot of potential of a direction that we're moving in, we need clarity, at least in a span of time that gives people some time to prepare for that potential change.
How much, you said there's 120 out of 180 school districts that are on a 4-day week. How much variation is in those 4-day weeks?
Across districts you're talking about? I think that's additional research we would need to do. We've looked at a few models and there is some variation, mostly around when schools start in the fall and end in the spring, and the hours in the day, and where teacher development is placed within the schedules.
Right, so I'll conclude with a statement if you don't mind. It feels like a knee-jerk reaction to losing an MLO, because I don't think we'd be having these conversations. Would you have brought forth this proposal had the MLO passed?
No.
So it is a reaction, right? And as a result, I want to be very cautious as we step into this, because the unintended consequences are real once we get there. And I think it's incumbent on administration to really understand the ins and outs. I think one of our board member or public comments tonight described it quite well. In fact, I'd like to get her notes.
We would concur with that. I just want to stress this survey in and of itself was not intended to be the end-all be-all to this conversation. It was really a starting point to say, should we consider this or not? And I think what we've heard, at least preliminarily, is it's worth continuing to consider. Now, how do we make sure that we do the due diligence that's required to make a very informed, but at the end of the day is going to be a difficult decision because there's a number of variables that we're trying to sort out, and it represents significant change across an entire community. So we would absolutely concur with that assessment.
Well, I appreciate your comments, but I also recognize that there's no other options we're exploring. This is the only thing I've seen so far, so that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to give direction, because what are the other options? Are there any other options?
Well, options in relationship to a calendar or in relationship to other possibilities?
Well, as I said earlier, this is a result of the MLO not passing, and you have stated that this is about retention and recruitment of teachers. So that's the context I'm coming from. I don't think that's that hard to understand.
I remember what we discussed in the work session was this potentially could be one strategy of many. And I think we've said that, and I've heard the board state that this would not be a fix over the long haul to the compensation challenge that we have.
My point then specifically is, if you're only showing the board this one option, then you've decided this is the number one option among other whatever else we can discover. And I don't feel comfortable just addressing one option out of whatever the other options might be. I know we've hired a lobbyist. What are we going to do with that lobbyist to address compensation? Can she help us at the state, et cetera? My point being is, all I'm seeing right now is one option, and you've said on multiple occasions, this is just one. Okay, where are the others? What are they?
With respect, I don't know that right here, right now would be the time that we would present more of those options. But if I can take a stab at the other one or two, I mean, or do you not want me to?
I want you to be prepared. So I'm not asking for the answers. What I'm saying is the presentation in and of itself, it's hard for me to give guidance when I know there must be other options, and I haven't heard those. So if we do that in our January work session, great. But it's hard for me as one board member to say, yeah, let's go here, when I've heard on a couple of occasions that this is one of other options. Well, I'd like to know what all the options
Sure.
are.
I think what we're seeking guidance on is whether or not to pursue further research at this point on this particular option. I hear you about wanting more information on all of the other potential solutions in addition to or instead of this particular strategy.
And that's somewhat the way I interpreted the comments I heard from the public is, what is this? What are we doing? Right? It's kind of like spitballing. And I think creating greater context around the fact of the matter is we still have a problem with our compensation model, right? That's the problem. So and this is one way to address it. And even here, you're saying there's really no significant savings. This is just
We
saying
would not be
somehow, some
pursuing
way,
it for savings, we would
by
be pursuing it
rescheduling
for
your
retention.
week, it'll be more valuable to be here. But yet 120 other districts have this 4-day week already. So tell me, where's the incentive to, I mean, we're not, if it were a third, maybe it'd even be more, but it's not. There's no, I don't see I don't see that you're going to achieve the aim.
I think what we're diving into there is a lot of the additional research that we're proposing. So, and I think the way I would like to just reframe this is recognizing that this is one of potentially others. The question really in front of us tonight is this a viable way to engage in additional time and consideration about this particular option at this particular point in time? So we're grappling with it the same way I think that you're outlining it.
Matt, any questions or comments?
You know, Chris, I concur with your assessment. In a few minutes, we're going to be asked to vote on purchasing new buses. And I don't know how we could even contemplate that at this point without knowing what all the options are. It feels like a few ideas are being thrown out, but there's not a comprehensive plan to address all issues. So I feel the same as you.
Ron, any comments or questions?
Just a couple clarifying questions, but I don't want to dive too deep into this because I think it's not out of infancy yet, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just for the public and the board's knowledge, of the 124 school districts that are on a 4-day work week, what % of the state's student population do they represent?
Don't have that exact figure right in front of us, but the vast majority of districts that are on a 4-day week are in rural
That
communities.
was exactly my point. So I think what we're going to discover is that probably 2/3 of the state's children that are in public schools are on 5-day work weeks, 5-day school weeks.
If you were just looking at our local area of,
Even just the Front Range,
yeah,
which has 90% of the
there's
population of the state.
the closest one to us that's not on a technical 4-day week of every week of their calendar, but implements some of it would be Canyon City.
I thought one of the Pueblo districts went to 4-day week also, but I could.
Pueblo, sick.
Pueblo would be
Yeah.
would be the other one.
Right, but my point,
Yeah.
my point is a macro point,
Yes.
right? So that's thing one. Thing two is, what was the statistical significance of the survey response?
The what?
In terms of what is the total population that took the
What
survey?
was the statistical significance of the survey respondents? Do we have something that is statistically significant?
Yes, we have well over 50% of our staff members that responded regarding the number of parents, not inclusive of our staff members who are also parents. What was that total raw number again?
Oh, it's not hovering. Can you hover on it?
Yep,
That number?
just over 1,450.
So that's
parents.
approximately 30 to 35% of our parent base.
And just looking back to the work session, we were seeking at least 10%. We said
Yep.
12% was ideal, and we got more than that.
Right, okay, that's what I just wanted to validate, okay? And the last thing, just hopefully a point to save some time, and I'll ask my peers' concurrence, but with respect to whether the district offices are open or closed on off days, I would think the savings on utility is somewhere well under 1/4 to 1/10 of 1% of our annual budget. But I would ask that maybe we consider leaving that to the professionals to decide what the best thing to do is. And in the spirit of saving time, you guys are certainly qualified to make that call.
We appreciate that. Right, we don't have that figure right here in front of us. But as was mentioned, it was less of the utility savings and more of the time perspective that we were responding to there.
And again, I'm going to come back to the whole compensation studies that have been going on for the last year. We had 9 or 10 peer groups. And so when we're looking at this data, we probably ought to make sure that we're understanding how those peer groups are, what they're doing in terms of their calendars. Since I think that's where teachers are probably going. I hear D20 all the time, but that doesn't mean that's the only place. So again, you know, there is the macro of Colorado, but I think is that peer group still the right peer group for us to be comparing to?
How old are we one?
In terms of our direct local context, yes.
So that type of data would be very useful.
Yeah, and to reiterate, the question really for tonight is based on the plethora of time that would be involved in putting a really detailed proposal together. We want to make sure that before we go down that road that there's at least a desire to be able to see all of that data as part of an option in light of some of these other options that we've been talking about. So that's really the question is should we pursue that? Because if we don't, then it just ultimately comes back to we don't really want to entertain this.
Mr. Taylor, may I? Thanks. And we should probably check in with Matt too, just to make sure he's chimed in. But one of the things I think we tend to sometimes lose sight of is this 8% or $4.5 million pay gap will continue regardless of what comes in from the state. Right? As our Chief Business Officer so elegantly said in the last two sessions, the gap is really a comparison to our peers. So every dollar that comes in that can be moved to teacher compensation from the state will be distributed based on the state's formulary. And every time that happens, this district is at a disadvantage. So theoretically, the gap could even become greater. So what we're really looking for is a way to find incremental 8% or $4.5 million. That is the goal that would bridge this gap. And in 5 or 6 years, it's also possible there could be other variables that we haven't thought about or know about yet. It's just how life migrates when you run an organization or a business, right? But clearly this gap is the prize we're focused on. And the reason I want to remind us all of that is as we consider the how we get to that gap, we should remember it is really about the incremental $4.5 million in present value.
I think that's very well said.
Could you repeat one more time what it is you're looking for from the board?
Essentially, your blessing to continue to move forward in looking at this option in a lot more detail with a lot more context and a lot more community input in the development of a potential 4-day week calendar to examine as a decision that could be made in March of 2023.
Can I chime in?
Please.
So this isn't the first time we've actually talked about this. I don't know if anybody recalls that we've kicked it around just as a talking idea here and there throughout the time I've been on this board, you know, out in the community or at a DAC meeting. But leading up to and during the MLO and after, when I was talking to staff and during the DAC meeting and the community input that during that Zoom meeting, there was a desire to look at this. This is one of the first things that was brought up, because when the community spoke and said no, and the community said find other creative ways, this was the certainly seen as a low cost to no cost, easy way to make ourselves more desirable and competitive than our peers, since, like, as we've said, since we can't make it up in dollars, can we make it up in time? That being said, when I see all this information, I wasn't under the impression that we were being asked anyway to make a decision and let's do this. I saw this as an opportunity of, hey, community, do you want us to look at options? Is this something that would be an idea that you would like to see the D38 board and administration and community pursue to gather information, to see what the pros and cons are? It may be that this just isn't for us at all. We just don't know that yet because we haven't pursued it, because why waste time looking at something if that's just not a viable thing to look at? So what I glean from this survey, besides the fact that the 79% of our students want to go to a 4-day school week, is the community says, yeah, go ahead and look at it and see if this is a viable option or not. And again, my perspective is it might not. I also want to caution, though, as we're pushing forward, and if we push forward and look at doing this, not do this, but look at it, and ultimately decide maybe this isn't a way to go. Some of the decisions our district has made that were temporary decisions have become permanent decisions. And I think of the closing of Grace Best. I think of the bus fees we now have. We do things to try and solve problems, but it becomes a part of the culture of the school district. So what does that look like in the future? Do we say we go forward with this, say all the numbers, everything lines up, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, the stars are in alignment, and we say, okay, let's do this, and then in 3 years say, okay, community, this didn't work, now what? So I want to look at this from a forward-thinking strategic plan perspective. And I really do appreciate the feedback we've received from Christy from Palmer Ridge, from Prairie, was it Prairie Winds? So all of that information is really good information that we should absolutely be putting to good use. But my perspective as one board member is, based on this survey alone, we should look at the pros and cons of, is this viable or not for our school district and our school system? And I'm not saying I agree with it or not. I'm just saying we should look at it, move forward.
Matt, any further comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
So, again, if I understand it correctly, the aim is to retain staff, right? That's the primary objective or goal of this idea, is to help us keep our turnover lower.
And to recruit highly qualified teachers when we do have openings.
Which
as
is
well.
related, so it's all staff related.
Correct.
And there were no questions in here that suggested whether or not they would, if they had a 4-day week, they would be less inclined to leave.
Correct. That would need to be a follow-up to this cursory glance at the appetite for exploring something like this.
And then within the greater context of what are all the things we could be doing, I'd like to know, why are we focused here? Because there may be a valid reason, I just don't know what it is.
The reason we pursued looking at this as an option is because of the amount of staff bringing it to our attention as an option. Verbally in committee meetings, staff have been asking for both more days and time for training as well as work-life balance.
And I heard the same thing because I went around and visited with some of y'all after the MLO didn't pass. So I've heard it, and I get that. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I hope you haven't heard that from me. I'm just saying it's hard for me to support it without the context of what are all the options and what's the real goal. And we need to be really straightforward because this isn't going to give anybody a raise, right?
Right. I think we are thinking of this strategy in the context of a potential piece of a way that we could continue to retain and recruit staff, and not as a full solution.
And this is no reflection on any of our current administration, but right after we lost a bond election on capacity, we were asked to approve putting portables in front of our junior high. And in retrospect, that was not necessary. So, I'm cautious now because administrators came to us and said, we need this. It's absolutely necessary. Well, I'm trusting. I'm thinking, okay, well, that's probably true. And in retrospect, it wasn't. And I want to be cautious of, is this really going to accomplish what you hope that it will accomplish?
I think you're right in thinking about what additional information would we need to research before we would make a decision on something this drastic. I also will say that our presentation might have looked very different this evening if we wouldn't have had the amount of parent support that we did. And I will say that many of us were surprised by the amount of support in the community for looking further into this that there was.
Yeah, and I'll just say that maybe a different way and agree with what your assessment is of this, Mr. Taylor. It really gets down to, should we continue to explore this? And then ultimately come back to a conversation about a decision, because that's all we're really asking for tonight is yes, we think we should continue to explore it, or don't waste your time, because it's not a decision that we want to make. And I appreciate that may feel in some ways like you're having to make a decision about the viability of it, but I think that's where we want to spend more time, assuming there is the potential of it being viable. Stressing the word potential.
As we explore it too, I want to make sure that as you're collecting data and information to present, that we are not saying you would, but I'm saying I want to make sure while we're doing this and we're engaging in the public, that we're not engaging the public in a way that drives them to a conclusion, but letting them come to their own conclusion from our teachers and staff.
Yes, you
And-
said that
and
very well.
parents.
We would completely agree with that sentiment.
So I'm going to rephrase your ask is whether or not we want you to continue, but I think you've already said that based on your efforts to date, which is this survey and your community engagement that you've had to help develop the survey, that you're inclined to say we should continue down this path. Is that accurate?
That is our recommendation, that we continue to research the potential benefits and downfalls of a change in our calendar structure.
Because frankly speaking, based on what I've seen, I can't decide, right? There's not enough information. So
We agree.
it's kind of hard for me to say, oh yeah, well, I can't say I'm going to support this in March because I'll know more then, or you will know more then. But I don't see any reason not to continue.
I think that's what we're looking to hear from all of you, is should we continue to at least explore the concept?
I think overwhelming, the numbers show that we absolutely should. That's my opinion.
Any other comments before we move on?
Yeah, I have a qualified yes.
Please.
So two things. It appears to me that this is a viable research project. Do you need the board's approval to do it?
Yes.
Why?
To do the research or to do
The research.
I guess technically no, but practically speaking, we very much want your support in that effort because
Okay.
ultimately you have the full decision
Right.
in your hands.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So you want it co-developed.
Yes, it's
You
important.
want us to have some skin in the game.
I will give you an example. I'm hearing from leaders right now. Is this something that could happen? And we need to be able to say, yes, it could, or no, it won't. And I think what we're hearing right now is, yes, it could, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done.
So that's why I want to do a qualified yes
Yep.
on my piece of it. The yes is it's got enough statistical significance based on the early returns that it warrants further research. I just want to ask that the district consider communicating very strongly that this is barely in its infancy versus at any degree of maturity in terms of decision process. That's thing one.
Okay.
And then thing two of my qualified yes would be at wherever the appropriate venue is, that we have at least the initial 5 or 6 or 10 thoughts that the team is looking at to bridge this gap of pay. Because ultimately, the goal is to solve the problem versus put a Band-Aid on a wound. And secondly, the problem, again, sorry for the redundancy, but I think it's valuable here, is incremental funds versus our peers to bridge the gap that's been created over a decade plus because of the functionality of the way the mills, the original mill levy override was set in, I think, 1999. Right? That's what got us
Yes.
here.
We concur.
So that would be my particular ask as a qualified yes, because we are so early in infancy here in understanding the art of the practical versus the possible.
Yes, and I can just try to restate it as simply as I'm hearing it. This is an option, but it is not the singular option, nor is it going to solve all of our revenue shortfalls in an effort to get us to where we're trying to get.
And I think there's one other, if I may, one other critical question for us to get from the staff. Because ultimately, this is about retention and attraction of quality employees, yes? At the
Yes.
end of the day. And
Yep.
so the same question I asked the staff to consider the day after the election, we were in front of them, is are they going after a number or are they going after a percent of the mean? It is so important to understand that. And I'll just illustrate it for anybody that's not in the room. Right, so our average pay is roughly, what, 49,000 a year for teachers?
Roughly.
Okay, we're about 8% behind, do the math. that puts the average teacher in the state in the neighborhood of $53,000, $54,000 a year, right?
In the state or in the region?
Pick it, doesn't.
Okay, region is where we've been spending our
Okay.
analysis
Right.
effort, yep.
Numbers are the same. So the question is, do we get retention and attraction if we get to 54 on average? Or do we get attention and retraction and attraction if we get to 51% of the salary base, right? If the average salary is 100,000 and we're at 51, that's my point, right?
Yep.
And so the teachers, as a team, need to help us make that decision because they're the ones making the retention and attraction decisions.
We hear you. Yes, we can get a very clear picture in talking with our staff about
It's
the difference.
A lot easier to get to a number than it is to a percent because a percent keeps moving.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Did you have something else?
Are you good, Tiffany? Let's move on then. Thank you very much. We appreciate the effort to date
Hey.
and look forward to, more?
Yeah, I think our staff is still looking for a yes, move forward.
I'm going to restate what I just heard, that I just restated.
Okay, no, you're fine. Just
You are allowing us and encouraging us to continue to pursue the research and development phase of exploring this as an option. I don't think anyone's hearing you say, no, don't do that. What we're also very clear about is that this is not the sole thing that we should be talking about. This is a thing, and we'll continue in this effort as we move toward next steps with being very clear about how those options become more understandable and tangible. So does that help? Because I appreciate the clarity, effort toward clarity as well.
Yep.
Okay. And we will summarize this, Mr. Schwartz, with your, how did you say it? The infancy?
Where it is in the maturity cycle.
Yeah, but you had a great quote that we'll put air quotes around. I'm
Probably
sure
could
Mark
never
got
say it again.
Yeah, we'll make sure to capture that.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
So our next agenda item is C2, Financial Planning Analysis with our Chief Business Officer, Brett Ridgway.
Good evening. We're all warmed up now. Ready to get into the meat of the meeting? Of course, yes. Sorry, I'm going to adjust this if I can. Okay, so in board docs, there are 4 items included for your consumption. I will go over 2 of them here, starting with the first one, which is the 22-23 trial balance. And since you have that on this screen, you can see where I am referring to now as well. So that's.
Thank you for allowing us to move.
You're welcome. So remember when you pull these things up in board docs, if you click on this side hamburger thing right here, it brings up this preview thing so you can scroll if you're looking for anything in particular. If you don't know what the page numbers are, of course, you can look at the table of contents for this as well. I think the one thing I wanted to show you that I'm trying to do and to increase kind of some of the usability of this, and this page will get a little bit better. I know it's still very dense, but I am trying to show, because this is the one page. This is the one page that fulfills all the statutory requirements of what we're supposed to do for financial transparency. The other 70-some pages are just to accentuate and to provide additional clarity. But this is taking each individual fund that we have, again, and comparing it over, to the budget. So for the current year, the first column is the 22-23 budget against the 22-23 year-to-date actual, and then what is the percent of achievement of that budget. So looking at the general Fund 10 here, where we have a $52 million budget against $21 million worth of year-to-date spend through November, shows us at 40.7% spent. And then in the upper left-hand corner for your reference is the percentage of year completed. So 5/12 of the year completed means we're 41.7% of the year complete. So if we're at 40.7, 40.65 versus 41.7, then you should be correctly inferring then, okay, we are trending under budget in terms of expenses, because we do have our expenses mostly equal every month to month. The middle section of this is the fund balance section. And so what we want to be able to do is walk forward our fund balance, both on the budget side, which is the top line of this. That's why it says budget over actual. So the budget is this. And so the budget said we were going to go from 14 million to 13.7. And actual, we have 14 million. Currently, we're at 6.9 change. So we're at $7 million. And I'll show you this on the graphs as well. And then the far right side is just that point of reference to last year's results, and at the same time last year. So and it looks like this isn't working right. So I'll have to, so I'm gonna have to take that back on this 21-22 data.
Can we stay on that first line?
Sure.
So to be clear, the column on the left is budget in the first column for revenues and expenditures. The second column is the actuals for this same fiscal time frame, only it's 5 months out of 12.
Correct.
And on the budget, it's 12 out of 12. Correct?
Yes.
Then I get to the middle section, which you've got year-end fund balance walk forward. And I see what the first line on revenue, no. This is, so we're no longer connected to revenue and expense, right?
No.
Now we're just talking about, here's the budgeted fund balance. It was 14
When we started the year. Mm-hmm.
And then the middle column is based on year-to-date actual.
Is that? Mm-hmm.
And then the end of year is what you forecast the reserve to be, correct?
So yes, I see what you're saying. I really should say end of period probably here, because the budget number is an end of year, but the actual number is a year to date.
That's what's confusing me, I
Yeah.
believe. Because I look at that and I'm like,
Yeah.
holy cow, we can't approve anything out of reserves because you're down $7 million.
Right.
May-
So,
may I-
so I'll clarify that.
Yeah.
Chris, quick clarifying question on this. Is it reserves or balance?
They
At
are
the end.
synonymous.
Okay.
The savings account.
Well, but so savings
You could say
indicates
fund. You could say
extra.
fund balance. You can
Yeah.
say reserves. You could say equity in a financial accounting view, but those all three kind of are the same thing in what we're saying here.
So not tying it again to revenue and expense because it has no bearing. What
Right.
you're saying is that through 5 out of the 12 months, we're down. And at this point, at the end of the year, are we going to be at 7.1 or is that just?
Well, so that's why we have additional pages. And so if I go here and I find the graph pages and go to that, this is what has had it presented in a graphical form. So $7 million is this orange bar right here. And this says that we are actually, according to the budget, which is the blue bars across the months, that we are trending better than budget. And so the answer to your question would be, yes, we are on the trend that should have us fine by the end of the year to recover our fund balance.
But the number doesn't show that, I don't think, does it?
No, the number is showing you point in time, so it's showing you this number right here.
I understand now. So if you go back to the second slide
Okay.
and that top row again,
Mm-hmm.
where it's showing, see, I think that's what's confusing. It says end of year above the budget,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And actual, that's
Yeah.
where it confused me.
I
'Cause
understand.
I'm like, whoa, that looks scary.
No, so that's good feedback for me. So again, as I want to, because I want to continue to craft this sheet to be useful and informative and to cause the least amount of confusion. So I appreciate that.
So the difference, just so I'm clear with you, the budget line is actually what the budget shows.
It's what the budget projects to be.
So
yes.
we're projected to be at 13,747.8, whatever.
Right.
That's what your graph showed.
Then that's what the graph shows.
But on the next line, which is actual, that's as of November 30th.
Yes.
And that's why,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hear you. So that's why I appreciate that. And so I know what I need to do to adjust this
Very good.
to provide some clarity there.
I'm
sir.
not as concerned as I first was.
Good.
No need for an airbag, right?
It's like, whoa.
What percent of the revenues, now that we're at this point in the year, that we anticipate getting for the full fiscal year are budgeted?
Okay, great question, and that's why you want to come. That's why you want to come down to the graph pages again here, and so on this second page of the graph. So again, what this is doing is taking the general fund, Fund 10, and putting it into this graphical presentation. So we have those fund balance things that we were just talking about. That's the $7 million. That's the $13 million end of year budget. Up above is showing you the walk of the fund balance from the 14 million plus, again, revenue in blue would be 51 minus 52 gets you to 13.7. Year to date actual is 14 revenue, 21 expense to $7 million of current. And again, that should say end of period, not end of year, because it will mean end of year for the blue, but it will mean year to date for the orange. So to your question to say, okay, well, what about that revenue? What about that $14.2 million of revenue? That's what the second page here is about. And the second page shows you the pieces of the revenue. And so as we've talked about, that local revenue, that tax collections is all skewed into the spring, right? And so that's why we have very little at this point of the year, because the fiscal year starting in July, we're still waiting for those to come through. And then in the state revenue, looks like it's kind of on track. But if we go down to the secondary graphs, it provides a little bit more clarity to that, where we can say, okay, for the local revenue categories, the actual percent of budget is 6.3%. The year-to-date target is 7%. So in answering to your question on a local revenue piece, A, we're not supposed to have a lot of revenue to this point, and B, we're not getting a lot of revenue to this point, so it's kind of right on the budget, a little bit lower, but because of the materiality, it's not something to really have a concern at this point.
My question was far more remedial. Shocker, right?
No. Okay.
I want to know if our goes outas are more or less than our goes inas.
They are, and that's according to plan.
Okay. Which one? Are they more or less?
Our goes out are more.
Okay.
That's what we are showing here in this first graph, that our goes out, our expenses are 21.
For the full year?
No, year to date.
My question is for the full year.
Okay, for the full year, it's 52 versus 51.7.
So our goes inas are 51.7 and our
Yeah.
goes outas are 52.1.
Right.
So there's a $4,000 deficit if the year were a standalone accounting exercise, correct?
299,000.
Okay. Okay.
And that's coming back to this page.
So that's
is what this number
so
shows
that's
right there.
incredibly efficient.
It's using the
Right.
revenue we have available to us.
Right.
Yes.
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's the goal, right?
That's the goal, and the goal is to understand with great precision as to why do we want that number to be that way. And so when we set the amended budget here in January, we'll be saying, what do we want that year-end fund balance to be? And what is the revenue expectation to come in? And therefore, what is the necessary expense to lay next to that to make that happen?
Right. Thank you.
Sure. So, let me just finish it real quick though on that revenue, because again, it can be startling when someone sees that, oh, we're our fund balance is down at this point, but this is the transparency that I'm trying to make sure that people see and they understand, because really what I want them to see and understand is, why do we start a year with $14 million or $13 million? And people have the tendency to think, oh, you're sitting on a lot of money. And the reason that we're doing that is to manage our cash flow through the year. Because this February number right here is $1.5 million. So yes, we could start at 14 million, and just the logistics of the timing of the way revenue comes in and expenses go out, it will erode from 14 down to 1.5, and then we'll climb very quickly back up to the year end.
So here's my question then. If our goes out us are really, really close to our goes in us, that's a technical term.
Yes, I'm following you on the technical aspects.
And we start out with 13 million, and we need in December, January, and February some of that for cash flow. Is there a way we can, at little or no expense, use somebody else's money so we can use that 13 million for our kids and teachers?
So, two things. If we were to do that, the money that we would use, it would be one-time money. So we could do something once, and then it would be done. Right. That would be the point A. And then in terms of actually answering your question, yes, there is a resource through the state treasurer's office for a short-term cash flow loan, kind of an intra-year cash flow loan program. So yes, that resource exists.
Is there any fiscal or operational pain associated with tapping that resource?
Fiscal or operational? I believe operationally it makes a statement about our ability to handle our business on our own or not. Now, that's a perceptual issue. Is it really a financial risk? No, it's a perceptual issue.
Does it impact our credit rating for bonding, future bonding?
Good question. Yes, it would.
So I don't want to create a make-work project, but $13 million is a lot of dough. So my question is there an alternative for us to leverage other facilities without significant short-term or long-term pain, so we could use some of that $13 million to take care of a lot of these deferred things we've kicked down the road in a much shorter window of time and get back on track? That's all I'm trying to get to. And I apologize for hijacking. I did not intend to do that. I just, $13 million is a lot of dough, and if it's all about cash flow, there ought to be another way to have a facility to generate flow without significant pain.
And I know you don't have the answers tonight, so
Yeah.
that might be something for an upcoming work session.
Okay.
Because understanding what impact it would have on our credit rating is crucial.
Yeah.
Sure is.
And I think we are going to, or Brett's going to venture into some of the conversation you just shared without necessarily the detail of eating all the way into that 13 million that you are talking about. So I do think you'll definitely see and hear some of what you're referring to as we keep moving forward tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good topic. It's a deep topic. And so work session will be the appropriate place for us to.
But if we
explore
can
that.
free up a few $1 million, it's worth our time.
Sure.
All right. In the graph section here, again, we've talked about this a little bit. I have added one slide here. It used to jump from these revenue graphs down to what is an aggregation of all the school locations. I added a slide here to just talk about the total district general fund, and what this does is providing the same information that's on that very first page where we said $52 million is the budget, $21 million is the year-to-date spend, and so that we're at 40.7% spent year-to-date, but it's giving you a little bit more detail in terms of the program segmentation of those numbers here on this table. Down below, it's giving you what we call an object category recast, specifically focusing on what is personnel and what is implementation. So you can see that the same 40.7%, the same 52 and $21 million in these two lines. Well, we are a little bit ahead of budget in personnel, and we're a little bit behind budget in implementation. So the question would come, well, how can we be ahead of budget in personnel when we have vacant positions? The answer would be that we had a robust program for new hire bonuses, hard to fill bonuses, and retention bonuses. Those were one-time payments, all skewed towards the beginning of the year. And so that was a one-time thing, so that doesn't happen equally throughout the year, and that's front-loaded. So that means our percentage is going to be high early in the year and continue to trend down towards the norm as time goes on. And it's why we have to wait for those unfilled positions to generate the opportunity that might come, that we can then say, okay, there are funds available from, because we're not able to fully staff, that we could turn around and then do something with. But we have to wait for that opportunity to develop over time, over the course of a year. Make sense?
That does.
Okay. Any other particular questions you'd like me to delve into before I go to the other file?
I'm not quite sure how to ask the question. When I'm looking at, when I'm scrolling down on all of this and as it's presented, and I'm looking at the different schools, and I'm looking at the different line items, is there, or will there be even more breakdown per school like we used to do, where it's, for example, a breakdown of I don't know, special education, for example, just off the top of my head, that says materials this much.
On each graph page, there's a note in the upper right-hand corner that says where the detail is at.
Didn't even see that.
So you click into that and you go, will that let me click in? Unfortunately, my page reference is off one.
Looks like pivot tables.
And I thought I fixed that, I'm sorry. So here it is. It's on page 32.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
So here is Bear Creek that we were just looking at, and so there's the SPED instructional column that comes to the graph, and so you can see how much of that is spent on personnel, salaries, how much of it spent on benefits, how much of it spent on any implementation cost, non-personnel cost. So that is the first layer back from the graphs.
Okay, I see that, yep, I see that now.
Okay.
Supplies, equipment. I'm assuming like if there was materials or curriculum, that would be on there also. Okay.
Yes. And so if you want to dive right to the bottom of all the gross levels of detail, that will be this other file that I've included in
Yeah.
Board Docs, which is the trial balance history. This is almost everything that I can produce at a detail account level, going all the way back to the 2008-09 fiscal year. So if you're interested in a lot of historical analysis, a lot of historical data, it's all here. You do have to understand how the account code works. So if you want to find Bear Creek, you have to know what location code Bear Creek is. But if you do know that, then you should be able to find it.
And where would I find the account code for Bear Creek? I would go to the other page, correct? Where it would have it on there?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
where it's,
112
yep.
is the code for Bear Creek. So you'd come here and look for this 3-digit section right there. 112. This is all Bear Creek stuff. And so you can look at all Bear Creek stuff from this year. It includes this year's budget, the original budget, and includes what will become the amended budget is in this column. It includes last year's actual result, last year's budget, and then every prior year actual results, again, going back for that history. So these again are the tools that I've been developing, the things that I want to get onto the financial transparency page, and so I need to work with Mark and get that page configured so that we can start loading these things in here on a regular basis. But this again is all the detail. I mean, until going to transaction level detail, this is all the account level detail that I have that I can produce.
So for example, when we have to replace our turf every so many years, it wouldn't show it this year, obviously, but it might show it 5 years back, so that column would be,
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
And
It may take some hunting and hunting and pecking to find it, but yes.
it'd likely be cross-referenced under periodical capital expenditures.
And that would be the thing, is that if that came out of a capital fund, it's not going to be in Fund 10.
Right.
It's going to be in a different fund.
Yep. I know we have it, but just for a reminder, it might make sense to say, these are, again, I know we've talked about this, but this is what Fund 10 is. This is what, our general fund. This is what transportation fund. This is the name of the fund for folks when they're like, well, what does that mean?
Okay.
It's good stuff.
It's 122 pages. And part of what this basically demonstrates that this is a complicated business, and we can't always boil everything down to a one page, even though I would like to, and I've been known to try. But that makes the font really even much smaller than it already is.
Thank you for doing this. This is long overdue.
Yes, and now that I have this process built and everything, it'll be easy to update. This is one where I would probably just be refreshing this particular file versus this file here. I would keep each month's iteration, so you can say, okay, you can pull up what it said in October, you can pull up what it said in November, et cetera. Any other questions?
Matt, do you have any questions on the financials for November?
I don't, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
Ron or Tiffany, any other?
No.
Thank you very much.
If I could show you one more thing, I'm sorry, I just forgot. One more thing. This is the very last page in this report is the cash balance and locations report, because I know that we'd had some thoughts when I first came on board to say what are we earning on our money, and that's what this page is about. So again, this is looking at all the individual bank accounts we have for the school district. What is the balance of those, and how much for the accounts that are earning interest income? What is the interest income that we're earning? What you'll see in the two institutions that are designed to give us the best return are local liquid government investment pools, LGIPs. That's what happens with CSEP, which is the Colorado investment pool, state investment pool, and then there's Colotrust as well. And what you'll see for our most recent months there in November, we're getting in the upper threes on our yield now. So that is catching up with the rate of inflation and how yields have been improving in the market. Again, I think what I didn't get,
Upper threes on liquid money?
yes,
That's very good.
yes, yeah. There's no hold on this money,
That's some of the best in the country, actually.
and that's
At
what
least
that's what these programs are designed to do. So that just wanted you to know that page was there for your reference as well. So sorry.
And I see in district enrollment, we're growing. Right? Did I read that right?
Yeah. So in the district enrollment report,
On the yellow part,
Right here. Yeah. I meant for this year.
yes. So our versus our October count, and this is a head count number, not a funded number.
Right.
So 6645 on October count versus 6668. And you can see in this column, so that's the 23 variance that's in that column, and walking up that column, you can see which schools are experiencing what kind of change. So, not surprising, Bear Creek is the one with the biggest amount of positive change.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
let's move to C3. Oh, wait a second. Yes,
Yes.
C3.
All right, so with C3, so long title, this is basically an amended budget conversation. So we're talking about a portion of the work that we are doing and will continue to do regarding the amended budget. And this is in response to your request at our last meeting to hone in on reserves. And so, the package that I have submitted here for the support is an extract from what was presented to the Staff Collaboration Committee last week. You can tell it's an extract because it starts on page 12. So that means I didn't bore you with the first 11 pages of that conversation, but it was a really great conversation with the SCC last week, and I want to walk you through what I went through with them to lead us through this conversation here. So I first was just going with some general education on amended budget. What does the amended budget mean from the original adopted budget? And so what it means is for each fund, we're going to evaluate what is the reserves and fund balance basically coming into the year. What are the revenue items and the expense items as the year is happening? What is the interrelationship, if any, between funds for any of these three items? Then what and where does an issue exist? What is its direct effect, and what are the second and third order effects from that? That is basically what an amended budget process is going to be doing. Key point here, of course, as we just already mentioned, what kind of money are we talking about? What is the nature of the money? Is this one time, or is this run rate? Is it one time in terms of a revenue or expense issue? Is it run rate in terms of a revenue or expense issue? So those are the things that we have to always keep in mind. So when we're talking about that first opportunity about reserves or fund balance, we're going to go back to these graphs that we just talked about. This chart, you can see, has all the months populated, both for blue as budget and orange as actual. And so this is the 21-22 results. And so what this chart demonstrates in particular is that, yes, we have this annual cycle, and the blue is how we expected that cycle to perform, and the orange shows that we consistently performed better than that for every month of the year. So that's an interesting observation to keep in mind when we then look at our current year and see that, again, our actual results in terms of fund balance are exceeding the budgeted expectation. You know, what that really means is there's probably a little bit of imprecision in the budget expectation. And so that conservatism is what results in us having this particular point on the February trough. So the reason that we have the question of down below to say, is this an opportunity? Because to your point of, are there some reserves that could be released? We have historical pattern and historical precedent that says that could support that idea, because we consistently, in terms of our fund balance, which again, that's cash position in the fund accounting world, our fund balance is consistently staying just above the budget. And so is this number something that, that we could consider looking at and saying, is there a potential one-time opportunity to reduce general fund reserves? So with greater precision in budgeting, should we reduce reserves further? If we did, we would essentially be reducing the blue column and the orange column, in all honesty, on every one of these. And so does this provide us the room to do that? So the February column there measures $1.5 million this year. And so can that provide you an opportunity to release some reserves starting now? Because, right, yeah, we're here. So that same $1.5 million is part of the current October and November columns. So, so the answer would be yes, that is something that you could consider. Any questions on that before I move on to the next?
I think you had in a previous slide. Do you have the whole year modeled out based on what we do know with both color bars on it?
No, so the blue bars is the modeling, that's the budget. The orange bars are the actuals.
There it is.
Okay, so this is last year's full year.
And I'm sure you've modeled out this year based on your projected actual.
Well, again, so that's what the blue is. That's the modeling.
But that's not your model. You've inherited that, right?
Well, no, there wasn't a model to project monthly balances. I did that, but I've projected it based on the data that I was started with, yes.
So the budget that we started with in June of last year, you didn't do that, obviously.
No.
How much have you amended that budget other than what we've done publicly?
In the high level totals, not a lot. I'm working more in the details and providing some cleanup in terms of individual accounts and things. If you went through that detailed file, that 122-page file, you'd see plenty of individual account budget variances, and those are the things that I want to get cleaned up and corrected. I think in general we are proceeding along the total in a good way. You know, we are hitting our budget in the overall total on the general fund.
Similar to last year?
Yes. And that's why I'm showing this 22-23 and showing, yes, these orange columns are starting to extend above the blue budget, just like it ended up playing out last year. Is that answering your question, Mr. Schwartz?
No. But it starts to give me some clarity. My question is simply this. If you scroll down one more, please.
Mm-hmm.
The blue bars that you have for November and the balance of the year, are those your department's projection of what our actuals will be as well as what we budgeted for? That's my question.
If I were to
the yellow or orange bars, what would they look like?
Yes, I would have, if I were to project out and the out months, I would have orange bars that would have similar gaps above each of these months, just like we'd experienced in the prior year.
But in the prior year, we spent less than we brought in, and yet we spent more than we budgeted. Is that correct? That's what you're showing me.
In the prior year.
Yeah,
In the,
go back there.
Well, this is.
The orange bars are all bigger than the blue bars, right?
yeah, but that's not because we spent more than we budgeted.
This
We
is the net of revenue and expenses.
Yeah, this is essentially net income, if you will, because we don't have income.
It's a net operating income.
Yes.
Ah, okay. That's different.
This is telling us that
We have a surplus.
last year,
That's right.
in terms of our budget, our net rev, we ended up
And then
with,
back to the other number from earlier, the net income is going to be negative $299,000.
that was the budget for this year, yes.
Your estimate when the year is done, which is insanely accurate on a $60 million number, right?
That's my intention, yes.
Yeah.
So that's why this blue bar starts at just under 14 and why it's just a little bit more under 14 when we get to the end. That's the 299 change.
That's incredibly accurate.
But we're trending higher again. Our net is growing.
Right.
It's not growing as much as it did last year, but it's growing.
Yeah, because I think we are doing better. Last year we did underspend the budget, and we're not doing that to that same degree this year. We are hitting the budget much closer.
But the question for last year, of course, is what percent of that underspend was from open positions that in the proper environment would be filled?
Yeah, and so in last year's results, just my review of that, I think there's some of that definitely. I think also there was just in that general conservatism, which when I'm saying conservatism, it means imprecise. So we just had a budget that was not as precise, and as we're trying to manage the money this year on a more precise basis, means we want to spend closer to what that budget is.
Right. Thank you for clarifying the net income statement.
So as I walked through this again with the staff collaboration committee, one of them was still here. She was there. I said, okay, to inform the board for their deliberation, do we want to make a model of a direct connection of release of fund reserves, of release of fund balance for a potential one-time payment to staff? And again, we did this based on what your indication was at our last work session, that this is something that you would be interested in hearing and receiving. So what I presented to them and talked about that to say, if you're going to make a one-time payment to staff, designing that program has a few different variables that you can consider. Do you want to be a very simple one that is just a flat dollar amount for every staff member and that's it? That's simple and easy to explain. It also may not accomplish what you want to accomplish, and so there are other nuances that you can apply to it. Basically, the basic things, you could do a flat dollar like that. You could do a flat percentage of annual base pay. That is another strategy you could do, or you could do a blend of both of those type of strategies. I have done all of this at various times in the past in my prior roles. Another question to consider is what portion of the staff is eligible? Is it all staff? Is it non-administrator staff? Is this something that you want to align to what the MLO question was, to exclude those 33 administrators? And something that we've heard a lot in terms of conversations with staff is, what about the impact of this new hard to fill retention bonus program? It has had a good impact on well over 189 people that we've hired this year and or retained this year, but that still leaves about 600 people that did not receive anything from that. And so is this program, would we want to design this program to take that into consideration? And then, of course, finally, if once we go through that, what would be the timing of a potential payment? So these are all the questions, all the conversation that we had with the Staff Collaboration Committee last week. And they do have then a proposal that we talked through for your consideration that you can take, leave, modify, because in the end, of course, in the end, this is your decision.
So it sounds like the staff wanted part of this proposal to be a contribution towards their retirement. Is that correct?
Yes, by making it para-includable
Yes.
at that bottom line.
Yes.
Yes, there's that, but in the more practical sense, it's really hard to make something not para-includable. You basically have to be able to fit through that eye of the needle that says the money that is remitted has nothing to do with services rendered. And anytime, and so that really the only thing we could do for that is to say everyone gets a certain amount of dollars. Because once you start to nuance it and tie it to pay or to time with the district or whatever, then it's related to services rendered.
Has to be vanilla.
Even more plain than vanilla, really, the way para is operating these days. You know, para's underfunded. They're looking for whatever money they can.
But was it in the staff's, I guess my question is, let me rephrase my question.
But the conversation did come up, and
Staff feel it was in their best interest to have a portion of this go towards their retirement. That's my question.
there are definitely people that are closer to the retirement level that did recognize that having it as part of the retirement, included in retirement, will be a benefit. And I would say the younger staff, the less closer to retirement, recognize that as a truth, and we're willing to accept that.
So is the answer to my question yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So can you explain in more detail the two line items?
Sure. So, so the first one is I know that's kind of an obscure number, 1.7% of annual base pay for all regular staff, of which in the November payroll there were 796 regular staff members. And what I mean when the regular staff member is someone who is on a pay schedule through the payroll system, and they don't have a contract per se, but they have a regular working relationship, versus someone who has a temporary working relationship, like a daily sub. Long-term subs is a regular working relationship, but a daily sub is not a regular working relationship. A seasonal coach is not a regular working relationship. That's seasonal. It's a regular, full-time, not year-round, a full-time role. So 796 people have that type of role within the district.
And that excludes the administration.
Yes. So in this case, in order to kind of craft and there was an interest in the SCC to honor classified employees, especially those that might be making very little and in terms of hourly, or have very little hours to apply to it. So that's why a minimum level was put in there, and as well as a ceiling, a maximum level. And then there was a desire for to exclude the administrators from that portion, but perhaps to offer them the flat amount. And so you can see in the second one, for the modeling right now, administrators are included in that. And again, this is something that you will be up for your conversation and deliberation of whether you want to do that or not. So 1.75% of regular staff base pay, and that is their individual base pay. So, on the teacher pay schedule, we have a cell that we call base pay. That's the 1-1 starting point. It's not that cell. It's each individual teacher's cell. Wherever they're at on that schedule, that number times 1.75% would be their result, until and unless it went over $1,000, and they would cap at $1,000.
So I'm going to ask the same question Ron did.
I didn't answer it?
No, I'm going to ask
Okay.
a different.
Okay.
No, sorry, not the exact same question.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question similar, which is, what did the committee what did the committee recommend, most of the committee recommend? And did the committee, do you know if the committee went back to some of their staff at their respective schools to ask and get full input on?
So yes, let me just clarify. This is what came out of that meeting on Thursday. I recrafted it because there were some changes. This isn't exactly the first proposal that we talked about, because I threw something out there and said, here, let's talk about this and let's push it around. We had a 3-step proposal that we narrowed into a 2-step proposal. So this is what the committee talked about on Thursday, and then I sent it out to them on Friday when I recrafted it. And then over the weekend and then through today, I received some feedback from, I want to say, probably a dozen of the folks, more or less. I didn't count it up, probably should have. And in general, people said, yes, this is a good proposal, reflects what we talked about. There was one comment that said, hey, we should try and do more for classified staff. And then there was another comment that said, hey, we should do more for teaching staff. Well, those aren't going to be able to coexist. That means the middle is probably the correct place, because we can't do more for classified staff without doing less for teaching staff. And we can't do more for teaching staff without doing less for classified staff, because we're dealing with a fixed piece of money here. So again, the comments were supportive, and even those 2 comments weren't saying, hey, this is a no-go. This was, hey, I'd like to do more if we could. If we can't, that's fine.
And I just want to clarify, when it says administrators excluded, is all administrators, like?
The list of
Big red.
33, you know, this is going back, this is tying it to the MLO question where we said, hey, there are 33 administrators going to be excluded. So that is that group. And so
Principals, executive staff.
principals, assistant principals,
Executive staff,
and then executive staff.
sorry, executive staff.
But again, the committee's conversation was, we don't necessarily want to just keep them out of everything, and so there was interest and consensus in saying let's include administrators, and I think probably especially the school-based administrators, you know, in this. And so again, right now the modeling includes all of 33 in the second and includes none of the 33 in the first. So you can direct, you know, either accept those or you can direct something different from that. You know, there's you'll still hear some saltiness about central administration. You know, so there's 7 people, right, on the executive leadership team. So if you wanted to take, and if you wanted to exclude them from this, you could. That's $3,500. 7 times the $500 would be $3,500. You could either just leave that in fund balance, or you could turn around and give that $3,500 to all 796 people, which would be about $4.50 that you could add to their number. So
Help me understand this. So if I take 796 and add 33 to it, that's 829. In the second line item, I think you're saying there's 608. So help me understand.
Right. So some better explanation on that. The 796 is all regular staff, and so even though I say 796 and then I say administrators excluded, so the 796 really should be 763, and 763 is what models out to $508,000 at 1.75% for those. The $500 flat amount is this is the key portion right here. Non-retention, non-hard to fill eligible staff. So the folks that are new hires and received a new hire bonus, the folks that received a hard to fill bonus, the folks that received a retention bonus were to be excluded from this. And so that's the 608 number. So the difference between what should be here, 763, and the 608 tells you how many people have received one of those bonuses this year already. And so it's that remaining 608 number times the 500, which would model out to 304.
So 188 have gotten it.
Yep.
So we're not talking about excluding those folks completely.
Just from the second piece. They are included in the 1.75.
Okay.
They are excluded in the flat.
And this was architected by the SCC.
yes, it was a collaboration. You know, the name is collaboration, and that's what we did.
And what was the fillings on before Christmas break or in January?
I'm glad you asked that question because it was a really interesting conversation. You know, when I came to the district and I saw that our regular pay date is on the 27th of every month. And then when it comes to November and December, we kick that up like a lot, right? The November payroll was on November 18th, I think it was, and the December pay is scheduled to be on December 21st. And I think we did that, I'll speculate, I think that was done to try and be generous and offer folks the pay sooner. But the staff, the SCC conversation was really said, hey, you know, that's not great. We'd really like it to be on the same day every month, because what that ends up having is a huge time gap from December 21st to January 27th. I said, okay, that's great to hear. Not something we're going to be able to change this year, but something we can definitely consider for next year in terms of the calendar. So the conversation then headed, well, in terms of this one-time payment, can we use that as some part of middle point in that, or in between the two payments? So, and so what was landed on was January 6th was the preferred date for the remittance of that. I just want to say it was a great conversation. You know, there was a lot of participation, and people also then being willing to advocate for others, and that was a great thing to see. You know, to see teachers advocating for classified, to see that group advocating for administrators who weren't even in the room, and so that was a really great experience, and I think a great example of what we can accomplish with that group.
Without hearing any of those conversations, this looks like a lot of effort, a lot of input, a lot of perspectives that you came to this result. And to me, the result is less important than the process you just followed. So thank you.
I agree. I appreciate that. Thanks.
So I just want to clarify that the administrators are building administrators on that second part.
That is for you to decide. Right now, everyone is included. So if you want to exclude that, this 304 would go down, and by whatever count of people you want to exclude.
And if I can there, we understand from an executive leadership team the perspective that it may not be as strategic to apply any funds, any additional funds in a one-time action such as this toward that team. I just want to also specify that there are a handful of administrators who are not building administrators. However, they are administrators by title, and they support all of our schools, all our teachers in a relative way, and certainly their efforts are to be, from my perspective, also honored and rewarded. So I just want to be clear, it's not just building administrators, because there is a handful of folks in that regard.
Can you give an example?
Our director of assessment, our director of secondary programs. I don't want to use names, but there's a handful of folks that are in not senior administrative roles.
But we also know there's 33 that were excluded for the MLO, and there's 7 executive, right?
Yes.
And so if we took the 7 out, we know who they are.
Yes,
And
they're all in this room.
Of the 33, yeah, and then of the 33, 19 of those are school-based.
Right.
Right, and so I think that's one of the things that both the SCC and us, I know for myself, I would implore you to include them in the second one. If blood is needed, then select who you want to do that, but don't, be judicious in that.
And I would still consider those folks building administrators, though, because they're in the buildings working with our staff in the building. Right?
I mean, we all like to consider ourselves in the building in some way, shape, or form. I'm just using that as a small note that, Yes, they don't necessarily reside in a singular building, but they are support for staff and students across the system.
Question? Is the crux of this discussion simply should we include another couple dozen people in this program? Yes or no question?
Well, that's a hard way to answer it when you're putting me in a.
Well, it sounds to me like that's what we're talking about.
I
So why
think
don't
what
we
I
just
think what we're
decide it?
talking about is a symbolic effort that demonstrates prioritizing the folks that are closest to our kids, boots on the ground, day in and day out. We're not going to object to that.
And it's a couple dozen people, yeah?
No, we would say it's 7 of us that if ultimately, yeah, it's a couple dozen that should still be included, I
That's
guess.
my point.
To answer your question with a yes,
Thank you.
that's correct.
So why don't we just make a decision?
We would love for that.
And so, yes, I think
Let's do that then.
my first question would be: Is this structure sound okay, or is there any adjustments you want to make? Because again, the way this was built was tying back to $1 million release of reserves, and so this is modeled out to be $998,000.
Well, Casey,
So, is that structure good? And then, what are in terms of the elements of the structure and who's in and who's out?
without repeating anything I've already said.
Sure.
What are you proposing?
What we have right here in front of you and what we've just discussed. So, sans 7, this would be our proposal across the system.
Are there incremental dollars for that extra couple dozen we're talking about? And if so, how much?
They're all in here right now.
Okay, thank
For
you.
on the flat side, only the flat side again, not in the
Thank you.
percentage.
Thank you.
And I agree with that on the 2 caveats, that A, we can afford it, and B, that our staff, collaborative staff committee, this is the effort, for their efforts, which I thank them tremendously for, and that this is the recommendation, excluding our, I'm going to call them Big Red administrators. Okay.
Executive
Top
leadership
executive
team is the
leadership
most
team.
technical
Okay, excluding
term.
our executive leadership team, then I'm in favor.
And so that amount that were excluded, again, is $3,500. Do you want that to just stay in fund balance, or do you want to redistribute that amongst the other 790 people, which would be about $4 each?
I mean, $4 is still $4, but I don't. I'm different.
Whatever you want to do. Let me ask Matt if he has any comments or questions about this.
You're making Matt the $4 question guy.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
All right,
Mr. Taylor, I'd like to make a recommended motion.
thank you.
I'd like to approve the use of $1 million from District Reserve for a mid-year compensation action to exclude executive leadership team from the reserves as recommended.
Second.
Comments, questions? Hearing none, Ms. Wood, could you call the,
Hey, Mr. Taylor, I have a question. I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
yes,
What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Taylor?
well, I'm going to step back to the broader context. I think in some respects, this is designed for retention and or recruitment. It's about 20% of what we asked for in the MLO. And I appreciate that the process that you went through to come up with this recommendation. And it appears to me that we have, just as we have in past years, have the reserves, and we're running ahead of the budget process on our reserve numbers. So even though this says from reserves, and I know what you mean by that, Mr. Ridgway, I also know that we're still going to have a positive variance by the time we get to the end of the year. So having said all that, that's my view, is this hopefully is going to be useful in retention and or recruitment, but it's a one-time, and that's the unfortunate part. We still have to stay focused on a real fix to the problem of compensation.
Okay. And I apologize, I haven't been able to hear everything as clearly as I would like, but it appears to me that some of these funds will actually be used from funds that were allocated towards positions that were not filled, hence the larger amount in the reserve fund. Is that consistent with your understanding, Mr. Taylor?
I think that's a fair assumption, but I don't know that we have that detail to support that. So let's just assume we have 20 unfilled positions, and they're at 40,000 a year, and 20 times 40 would be X. I don't think we have that kind of data.
The one thing I would clarify is that it's definitely related to the prior year, not the current year.
Right. Yeah. That's how it got into the reserves.
Yes.
But it's
I have
an impact.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
There is an impact, is there not, in the current year of unfilled
Yes,
positions?
but that's going to be a separate impact. That's about this year's expense load, not about the beginning of year reserves. This is the beginning year reserves.
Understood, but the net, if you will, is impacted by it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why our actual reserves, as you go month by month, is higher.
Right. You're right.
So, Matt, did we answer your questions?
You did, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wood, could you call the vote?
Mr. Clausen?
Aye.
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye.
And I would just add for the record that Teresa Phillips, I'd asked her at our work session if she would let me know where she stood on this, and she would have been favorable to this as well.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, I think that's great to know. It's great for the staff to know that this is a unanimous support. And
I also want to again extend appreciation for the collaboration and work that was put into this, that from our staff, that this affects them directly. So please share our
very good.
appreciation.
We'll do that. Thank you.
So moving on to C4, consider approved school bus purchase. Looks like we need to invite Chris up.
So if I'm sorry, may I, just to orient us again on the financial resource, this is not from reserves of the general fund. This is because there is fund balance in the transportation fund. And so using that as the opportunity beyond what we have already talked about and the board actually approved in the prior meeting was the purchase of 2 buses out of the ESSER funds, grant funds, to use effectively some of this transportation fund balance for 2 additional buses to kickstart us back onto a cycle of regular and appropriate replacement.
Correct. I think one of the things we want to start with, good evening everybody, is just the fact that of our route buses, we're talking about 47 route buses that we currently support. That's the burden, or the heaviest burden that we currently bear in our bus fleet. More than 50% of those 47 have greater than 200,000 miles on them each. And as you can imagine, when we start getting past 200,000 miles, costs in terms of efficiency, in terms of fuel use efficiency, as well as the day-to-day maintenance, they move up relatively rapidly. The current situation as it is today in the 2022 bus fleet, we have an average age of 9.4 years. We've talked previously about the critical ages of 12 to 15 years. The age of 9 is creeping close to that 12 to 15 years, but an average age of 9.4 is is probably a place we want to be in. I'd like to sort of have a standard going forward that we try to keep the average age of our route bus fleet at 9 years, and to couple that with mileage of about 135,000 miles. So at this time, we are at 9.4 years and 134,000 miles average mileage on our fleet. If in fact we are able to procure these four buses, it puts us in a much better situation. Puts us in a situation where our average fleet age would be 7.6 years, a significant improvement, as well as an average mileage of 106,000 miles, two incredibly high improvements, while at the same time saving money, being able to have buses that are still under warranty for that 5 years on the parts side of things, and have increased efficiency, mileage use. We're right now, probably those buses of 9.4 years, you're looking at maybe 6 miles per gallon, whereas newer buses, you're creeping closer to 10 miles per gallon. So the efficiency is greatly improved. But other than that, in terms of this initial swath of 4 new buses, I would like to sort of make sure, and I appreciate Brett saying it, that there needs to be sort of an ongoing increment or an ongoing approach where we look at the average age and mileage of our bus fleet and try to keep that as close to 9-10 years and 135,000 miles. And that, again, average, you're going to have hires, a little bit high and a little bit low, but that puts us in a situation where we can react relatively autonomously, while at the same time being able to procure not necessarily maybe 4 buses, but in a situation where acquiring a bus or 2 buses at a time would put us in a much better situation than sort of being in the situation we are in now. I'd love to answer any questions you might have.
Can I start off with a comment? I guess I will start off with a comment.
Please do.
So I want to say thank you for diving deeper and sharing information within our work session, because that really did clear up a lot of understanding and details for me.
Good.
And I appreciate your patience in going through with that. And I also want to say that I appreciate the forward thinking of what does this look like on a long-term scale. And I'll just share with my fellow board members, it's not necessarily in relation to the buses specifically, but I did a breakout session during the CASB winter conference where I met with one of our fellow school boards in a different district up north, where they have a 50-year plan, so that when they're looking at increasing or having to buy a bus, or in a few years we'll have to put turf on the football field again, their community knows exactly what to expect and when. And I think that this is a great step forward in showing our community, okay, here's where we need buses. This is the year that you can expect we're going to have to replace turf. This is the year you're going to have to expect other capital improvement needs or updates or building changes. I'm not saying we go for a 50-year plan, but I think that really was helpful in showing their community that stewardship and that trust of the plan of how the dollars are spent. So I think this is exactly what that goes towards, and I appreciate this work.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Upchurch. Yes, Ron.
So I think Brett did a beautiful job of skating to where the puck was going to be here, because this was my next question. Mm-hmm. If I'm reading this correctly, in 2024, if we continue on this track, do we get to parity?
Correct. That's exactly right. Thank you for looking at it that way.
That's the only way to
But
look
it's not. Yeah, it's not that far from where we are right now. But
no. But my point is, so is it 4 buses in this window, and then how many buses?
4. In that analysis that's occurred, it's 4 and 4.
When is the second tranche of 4?
It would be it'd be 2023, 24.
Approximately this time window.
Correct.
And give or take fluctuations in the markets,
Absolutely.
Approximately the same dollars.
Absolutely. As well as some of the other items that are in the presentation in terms of looking at route density and looking at ridership, sort of looking at it the same way we look at facilities. Sort of.
It's also 8 buses then in a 12 to 18 month period at $13,000 a year, right? So it's
Savings.
about $100,000 of cash
Correct. That's
that we can
exactly
use
right.
for a teacher. Sorry, take it out of your.
I
out
know,
of
I
your
love what you're
department,
saying. You're
but-
exactly, somebody's
but
been
isn't
listening
that
to it.
really the model?
It's an absolutely, in terms of a cost benefit analysis, that's where I would start. In terms of simple payback, that's a great place to start.
So
That's
a
assuming.
year or two ago, we bought 4 buses only via lease. Have you looked at the possibility of leasing these instead of outright capital purchases? Is that correct? We did 4,
Yeah, we did 5.
5?
That's correct.
We did 5.
And at the time, I think the request was for 10,
Correct.
and we did half of those.
And
So I'm going to come back to this question of, it's not dissimilar to Ron's earlier question about, how do we use our reserves? Is the lease purchase option a good option? Why have you not continued that? I'm curious.
well, the lease purchase option, as I recall, it was 5 years at $114,000 at that time that particular purchase was procured. Right now, we're buying these buses at every week and every month we wait. The number seems to creep up a little bit. But right now, we're at probably at $130,000, $140,000 per bus. Asking what the lease purchase on a 5-year, what is the stipend going to be, or what the debt would be associated with that. We have not asked that in the recent procurement of the same day, but we have asked for multiple bids, and they're all this. We've taken the lower of the 2 bids that we've received, but have we framed it in terms of a lease? No, we have not done that at this time.
Do you recall why we did it that way?
To the best of my recollection, I believe it was mostly a function of not incurring a large, what that cost would have been multiplied by 5 up front, that we had the available dollars to do a year-over-year lease payment. And that was essentially our.
You did not have the dollars
that
to
makes
make,
sense.
Pardon me.
make
Yep,
the lump sum
thank you.
purchase.
Didn't have the, he did
That-
make the lump sum.
Thank you. That's what I was intending to say.
Yes.
And they have 3 more years, is that right? Was it 2 years ago?
No,
We're in
we
year
bought them.
3 of
We are
our-
now. We have bought all 5.
We're
Correct.
Okay. So
We had-
they're in this
One
model.
of those buses is actually being utilized for a special needs opportunity.
So therefore, they're in this model just like a regular asset. Yeah.
Correct.
yes.
Just
In terms of the
haven't
40,
financed.
yes. In terms of the 47, it's actually a
Did
part
we
of
write
it.
just
That's
out-
why you see a lot of those numbers
just
down
out
in
of-
that lower 5. in that.
Just out of curiosity, did we write a check or are we financing them?
Those previous ones we financed.
And when is the last payment on those?
I think it was a 5-year repayment, as I recollect.
So there's more cash flow. So I just got 2 teachers instead of 1. Is that right?
Once that lease expires.
Yeah. Yes.
Which school do they go to?
I don't. Yeah. Be careful.
I can't name that school. That's a D38 teacher.
My point is, as we do these wonderfully innovative things, would it be okay if we mapped the savings directly to our mission and moved the funds there first until such time that the funds for our mission were full?
You do want to go back on that thing? I want to take a look. These are some of the. Sorry. These are some of the recommendations we have related to other aspects in terms of day-to-day and/or month-to-month, quarter-to-quarter, that we would start to make sure that we are outwardly considering, and then sort of making sure that we are able to map the savings associated with these things. Like, for example, right now in our route bus fleet, the 37 buses that I mentioned, 9 of those buses are reserve buses that we have to maintain. Do we need to maintain 9 buses, over the course of every single year? We need to evaluate that. There are costs associated with maintaining 9 spare buses. So those are some of the things that we are looking at. Strategically purchasing fuel. Some of the things related to maybe even a 4-day work week. How do we purchase fuel to make sure that we would have significant more both autonomy and flexibility associated with how we would be able to support our bus fleet in terms of strategically buying fuel and buying it at lower costs. Optimizing those routes. We certainly have a number of different routes, and the reason why we're saying optimizing is, do those routes, one, do they have the passenger density that we are looking for to make sure that they are routes that are fruitful for us, while at the same time, are we going the shortest route possible, and do we need to look at those drop-off points and pickup points to make sure that kids might have to walk a little bit further or something of that consideration based on the idling time associated with our buses and the fuel costs associated with idling time and various different things. But there's an awful lot we can look at to continue to sort of map out what is the most cost-effective way while maintaining safety and efficiency associated with our routes across the district.
I would just add to what Tiffany said, and that is this is a good step of looking ahead, but I'd like to see is it the FCI, Facilities Condition Index, is that what it's called?
Yes.
I'd like to see that laid out as well, because I think, we need to get the big picture here.
Well, and that's what this next item is, the bus route performance metric. So I anticipated that you were going to ask this question. So one of the things that I've done is I've developed what's called the BRP, and it's sort of the bus route performance metric. So it looks like at the efficiency, safety considerations, and the number of riders that we have for every single stop we have in the entire district, and making sure that level is, hey, let's look at those routes that have a low score, let's look at those routes that have a higher score, and be able to sort of measure those things and which buses are being utilized to be able to deliver children in a safe way for those routes to their respective schools.
And is it possible that then we can get a 5-year look? I don't think 50's, I don't want to start with 50.
Yeah, 50, yeah, that'd be a tough place to start. But yeah, a 5-year look, I think, would be the right place to start, and then sort of extrapolate on, and then start to develop those metrics that we want to sort of pay more attention to as things start to move forward. What are the costs of fuel? What are the costs of maintenance? What are the costs of tires? What are those various different things that have that are a little bit more, you just don't know. They're just a little bit tougher to predict.
Good.
Cool.
Matt, do you have any comments or questions?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. First of all, wonderful presentation. Since I've been on the board, and this has been a constant discussion, one concern that I have is based on our earlier conversation tonight about maybe a 4-day work week. As one board member, I'm not prepared to write another check until we kind of figure out exactly what we're going to do to reduce our costs, to maximize how much resources we have available for our teachers. So yes, we need buses. We always have, but we've done a good job of getting by with what we have. And so as one board member, I will not be voting for this motion this evening.
Ron or Tiffany, do you have any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I guess I have a thought. Matt, would you be okay if I asked you a question with respect to your position, with full respect for it?
Oh, absolutely. Please do.
And I'll pose it sort of back to Brent and Chris to make sure I'm clear before I ask it, Matt. It's my understanding that these funds are one-time capital funds versus operating reoccurring funds, which are really the funds that are needed to bridge the pay gap, which is really what we're talking about with the 4-day work week and many other potential choices. Am I getting that right?
This is definitely a one-time money.
But it's capital
Yes.
money versus reoccurring funds.
Well-
that would be needed to pay salaries that are the gap. Is that correct?
It's
We need
Well-
$4.5
Well-
million. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead,
they're
Matt.
they're two different things, but those funds that we use for buses can be used for other capital improvements.
That's true.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's absolutely true.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we have a boiler go out at Palmer Ridge or Lewis Palmer, or wherever it might be, we have used money that could have been set aside for those unforeseen, unanticipated issues for the purchase of buses.
We have money already that is set aside for that type of purpose that this does not infringe upon.
Well, we never know how catastrophic any potential problem could be. So, it'd be nice to have new buses, but once again, as one board member, I will not support purchasing them.
Did you get your question?
Yeah, I did. Thanks, both Brett and Matt.
I do have a question. So by doing this purchase, you already covered during the work session how many dollars this saves the district by doing this. Can we charge, I mean, Chris is already starting to work, but I'm also curious, with these new buses and their efficiency, if we can look at reducing some of our routes to be more efficient. I know that's not included in this discussion, and that brings up a whole new can of worms, but I'm just curious if this opens up other opportunities or not.
No, it absolutely has to be. In terms of those items that I mentioned, in terms of the ongoing, looking at the more strategic look at everything from fuel costs to efficiency to the mileage of us, we just realized that, diesel fuel is it's something that's kind of stabilized and based on various other things. But I wouldn't even so much worry about the fuel costs as much as it's the maintenance costs on those older buses. If in fact 47% of your route bus fleet has greater than 200,000 miles, you are in a critical, chaotic situation. You are in a recovery mode with your bus fleet, because an awful lot of those buses are traveling well over 11,000 miles per year on the routes that they are utilizing. And yes, we do have situations in schools where boilers have the propensity to possibly go out. But when you have a situation where you have 47% of your buses have greater than 200,000 miles, you are in a catch-up situation across the board, across your fleet, that is being utilized every single day. Certainly, boilers are not being used in the summer. Boilers are being used certainly in the winter, and we sort of have a propensity to see the extremes on the cold side of things. But every single day, we are utilizing buses.
The reason I ask is I'm also curious, what Matt got my thinker thinking was, is there a possibility to, when we looked at other creative solutions, is there a possibility to save dollars by cutting out some of our transportation routes, or expanding where we have walkers or commuters instead of bus routes to save dollars?
Exactly. If
Future
we
pay.
could do things to actually save the number of miles that we are utilized, let's look at it from the averages that I provided. 11,000 miles per bus per year. Can we get that down to 8,500 miles per bus per year? We save a significant. If we're looking at 6 miles per gallon, you can imagine how many gallons of fuel at $4.40 a gallon. How much money that is saving on a per bus basis, while at the same time maintaining the maintenance. If in fact we're not sort of keeping 9 buses in reserve that we're maintaining, there's got to be some cost savings there as well. So it's a little bit. We've got to be sort of ubiquitous in terms of the approach. It's got to be from starting point to the end point. But at the same time, yes, there are absolutely ways to save those dollars by being as efficient as possible.
So then I'm going to follow up and say that as one board member, I am in support of this because I want to work on saving the district dollars. And I also want to work on ensuring that we have the buses to be able to possibly cover larger transportation needs as we look at cutting budgets or cutting space for teacher pay. And I don't want us to be in the mode of always having to plug a hole and to fix a hole with a finger or a Band-Aid. I'd like to start seeing us plan ahead to cut dollars out as well.
So just for clarification, Brett, the cost of these two buses is about 535,000 roughly. And in fund,
No, I'm sorry. No, to interrupt you. No, that was for the 4.
oh,
That's for all 4, right?
so it's really half of that.
Yes.
So it's 270.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And in our Fund 25, if I'm looking at your schedule, our current excess there is 648.
Yes.
Now, help me understand that, because, so parents pay a fee for transportation. Do those fees go into Fund 25?
Yes, they do. So Fund 25 has 3 primary revenue sources, one being the participation fees, the student fees. Number 2 is the annual subsidy that comes from the state. And number 3 is a revenue allocation from the general fund. So
Can you roughly tell us how much those 3 are?
the fees from the participants, from the riders, I believe, are 20% or less. And the state subsidy has been about it's been about 40 and 40 for the other 2. We should be able to reduce the general fund allocation, and so that it really that doesn't need to be 40%. It needed to only be 30%.
What are you thinking, Chris?
Well, if we're not going to buy the buses, then, and we save money by not buying buses short term, do we reduce fees? Since, we're gonna, I know it may cost us more to maintain buses.
Wasn't part of the funding for this out of ESSER funds that if we don't use them, we lose them?
That's
That was the 2 that were approved. We've already
Okay.
done that.
Okay, those are gone.
Yep.
And then another dynamic, if I may, is we've already approved 2 buses. Is there an urgency to approve an additional 2 more buses right now? Can we revisit this thing at the beginning of next year and see where we are financially as a district?
Sure. Yeah, 2 buses now. It'd be great to get the order in. As you can imagine, it's going to be tough to get those buses by August. But at the same time, the team over there at transportation there is about as flexible as they come. So we will find a way to make sure it works, and we will make sure that we are providing a safe, economical, as safe as possible for the children of the school district. To make sure that things are happening. But yeah, if we just want to stick with the 2 from ESSER right now, yeah, that's phenomenal.
Because the last time we did this, we purchased 5 buses, which we had to cancel due to the economic downturn.
Right.
And I don't want to be in another position where we're agreeing or to purchase buses with the potential that we might not have the money down the road.
I understand.
And Matt, if,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. So you would like them to bring this issue back to us when?
What I'm saying, Mr. Taylor, is we've already approved 2 buses. There's no reason why, as one board member, I don't think there's another reason why we need to approve 2 additional buses tonight. I think we see how we're doing financially in the fall of next year and then make a decision at that point.
Okay, so really the next budgeting process, the next cycle, it won't be in this one. That's what I'm hearing.
so
That-
Mike,
That would be correct. It would be the fall of 2023.
Correct.
okay, so here's my question with respect to Matt's position. Then in the fall of 2023, as we look towards the entire year, in order to get to parity, based on the graph you showed on whatever slide number that was, would it require 6 buses then for that school year?
Well, we do want to start moving towards. You can see getting down to an average age of 6.1 years puts us, understanding that the critical age is at 12 to 15 is where things start to get a little bit wobbly. So anything that we can do to bring that age down. But the 7.6, if we could, utilize that as an average age of 9, let's stay there. Average age of no greater than 9 and less than 135,000 miles. As long as we can stay within those boundaries, we can just add a bus a year or one of those types of things that's a little bit more palatable associated with where the budget considerations might be.
For the size of this fleet, we would ideally be buying 2.5 buses a year. So any year that we're not buying
That's my
2.5
point.
buses, then we're punting the problem and building a problem
That's
down
my
the road.
point. And that was Tiffany's point, right?
So
And
we
so-
bought,
so my-
we bought 5 years ago, and now we bought 2 more. That's 7 in 3 years. That's about.
I don't remember when it was. What is it, 3 years ago? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was 20, it was right the beginning of 2020.
I think Matt had another comment.
Yeah, and we're talking about parity buses, but how about the $50 million that we have of capital improvements that have been delayed? So I think we need to be very careful on how we utilize our resources.
That does make sense.
So Matt, you're proposing really a master capital plan before we budget for the next fiscal year.
The bottom line is we don't know what the fiscal year is going to look like next year. Many experts are predicting a recession or depression. I'm reluctant about spending any unnecessary funds at this point. I would prefer holding off, seeing what the economic climate is in August of next year before we pull the trigger on any additional buses or major capital improvements.
Makes sense. I would like to see it. Since we're having a discussion on this, it does make sense to see where our priorities lie in terms of our capital improvement needs, right? Like that's what we've been talking about, is getting that long-term plan going of, again, where do we sit with buses? Where do we sit using a calendar of, this is the year we're going to have to do this. This is the year we anticipate doing this. This is the year we anticipate doing this. And then what is our priorities?
And then do it.
Sure. And if we were, but I also recall at the work session, when we looked at what our priorities were in those, what was laid out was the priorities were buses for the first priority, and then the comm systems was second priority, if I recall correctly.
We are getting proposals on those right now. That's correct. And then the facility condition index, I'm working on that. That should be by the end of Christmas break. We'll be ready to brief that for all of the district facilities.
But I think what we're saying and what I've heard Matt say is that in terms of this amended budget, he's reluctant to spend anything because of the uncertainty of the economy itself, but also what are we going to do to address teacher comp? I mean, this is where these trade-offs begin, right? And I think what I'm hearing, and that I hadn't heard before, but I appreciate more today, is that we go into the next cycle, the next budgeting cycle, and Brett, I have full confidence that you will be much more detailed and you'll be much more comprehensive in that, so that when you do the priority of spending 60 million and we only have 50, that we'll be able to figure out where do we really need to spend it. Because in reality, if we just approved everything that came across here, we don't have funds, right? I mean, we're always going to be asked for more than there is. So I think that's where Matt's coming from, and I understand that.
Do you want to make a motion to table?
Or we can vote. I don't care. We've got
I
a
guess
second.
I would like to add one comment, if it's okay, to Mr. Taylor, to your excellent summary. At some juncture, we have to do things. And the longer we kick them down the road, the more impactful the results of doing nothing become, and the more expensive they become. And given the track that we're on with our strategic plan, and really with respect to, I think, that the perspective that Mr. Clausen had, is we should have a list of our top 20 capital things, and we should have an annual capital investment that we make to ensure that we don't get ourselves into a place where we have a scenario like other government entities have, right? You start having a budget that is X percent of the national annual or a deficit of X percent of the GDP, some people get to begin to worry. Becomes too big an animal to slay, for example, regardless of your position on it, right? It's just too much dough. And so if we can put ourselves in a position where we understand what our capital requirements are, we have a list of top 10 or 20 things that we're going after, and every year we pick away at them, then we get to a point like this graph shows, which is you get to parity, to where you're always flowing, you always have a good fleet, in this case, of transportation devices that provide safe, effective, and efficient movement of our students.
And thanks
That
to
makes
the,
sense?
it does, but thanks to the ESSER funds, we are buying 2 buses.
Right.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I'm stepping back to exactly what Matt said, which is how many millions of dollars of capital improvements do we have that we've been kicking down the road? And what exactly are they? District folks come back to us with the top 10, and let's begin doing them so that we have constant improvement action, and we're not letting the problem fester and get bigger for future generations.
Any other comments or questions? Tiffany, anything else?
No, you guys are making a compelling case, and I look at it from the saving side and taking care of our kids' side, but I also am very sensitive to, we haven't solved our compensation problem, and so it's time to start making hard decisions and chunking cuts if we have to do what we have to do. And I don't know if that gets us there, but I don't want to kick the can down the road. You asked, so. My perspective is that I just want to make sure that we're doing what is best for our district and our kids and our staff.
Perfect. Awesome. Ms. Wood, could you call the vote? We had a motion, it was seconded, we've had discussion.
Mr. Clausen,
I don't think he heard you.
Did you not get a? Hold on.
did you actually make the motion?
No.
And was there a second?
I don't know that I did.
I thought you made
No.
a motion.
No, I didn't.
Oh, then there's been no motion?
To clarify,
Mr.
no.
Taylor, may I say one thing? I just
bet.
wanted to make sure that there are some accolades associated with the Schneider contract that we are in the midst of. I know that there was some reference by Mr. Clausen to capital improvements and other things that in terms of lighting and systems and mechanical systems and things that are above ceilings and in walls that tend to have a propensity to fail. I will just say this, that we are $5 million into that Schneider contract, and that's all we've been doing, are capital improvements associated with those types of mechanical and electrical working systems. So I don't want somebody to sort of say, hey, we haven't paid attention to those things. We are in the midst of that very deeply at this time, on the order of millions and millions of dollars that have gone into that particular into that particular arena.
And I appreciate you bringing that forward. I think what I'm hearing is that this all needs to be a part of a comprehensive plan that this district has never put forth. I've never seen a comprehensive look. You know, when I first joined this board, all I was being told is we had $50 million of deferred maintenance, and there's a big long list of stuff. And yet I've never seen a real comprehensive plan where we say, okay, how are we going to address this year? And so too often we just get, well, we're in this emergency situation, we got to do this. And we got to change that paradigm.
Well, and this is the emergency situation with buses. This is what it looks like as you walk into an emergency situation that we're trying to avoid.
And this is the only one we have in the district?
With respect to buses, I
Well,
would argue that this is an emergency situation.
I know you would, and I will suggest that others would say our emergency situation is our teachers.
Oh, yeah, I would say after the teachers. Teachers won.
I'm sorry, this is what I need to say, is that this is why I continue to say you have to understand the context of the money you're talking about. This is one-time money.
Yeah.
That was my.
This is not going to solve annual teacher pay. This is one-time money.
No, but the one-time money could repair a boiler or a leaking roof or something else of that nature.
Yes.
I
yes, which we have
appreciate your
reserves for.
position, but the bottom line is we have $50 million of deferred compensation or deferred maintenance issues that have not been addressed.
Is that sound about right?
That was before.
The dollars behind deferred maintenance.
Yeah, I don't know where
for
that money,
capital.
I don't know where that dollar, I'm not taking issue with it, but I'm saying that you've seen the things that have gone on at Lewis Palmer High School, for example. You've seen it's going to be well over $700,000 in roofs at both Lewis Palmer High School and at admin this particular summer, as well as another $700,000 in sitescape and pavements and those types of things, as well as the Schneider projects that we've accomplished. I have a hard time believing we're still sitting on $50 million of deferred maintenance.
Well, some people never believe that.
I understand.
But I have the list. I'll share it with you.
Just to be clear, those things that Chris is just mentioning are things that we are starting to gather in terms of the conversation for the 23-24 budget, and so those are the things that are on that list,
Right.
that we're putting together.
Okay, well, if it's not 50 million, it's 30 or 40 million. But the bottom line is we need to know exactly what that number is before we start deciding major capital improvements and contributions we're going to make.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Matt, just to clarify, since you're not here,
It's not one-time money.
do you concur that it makes sense to have that list and then ask the district to come back to us with priorities so we can begin the process?
Well, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars to pay third parties to generate that list. I'm not sure if that list has been updated or not, but there is a list out there, and it's just a matter of determining where it's at and if it has and will be updated.
I think I have a copy. I'll share it with you.
No, I'm working on it right now.
I mean the old list, the $50 million list.
Okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion? I don't think so. So let's move on to our next agenda item. Thank you very much. Agenda item C5, the mill levy certification.
So in board docs, there are several attachments that I'll walk through, actually most of them probably. So compared to the rapid pace we've had in these last two, this one will slow down a little bit. And so I first want to start with the one that's called El Paso County Assessor Final Certified Value. So this is what we receive from the county. So I'm gonna talk about the macro perspective on certifying mill levies, and then get into kind of the individual property owner, homeowner perspective. And so this is a multi-page report, has a lot of good information. The best information, though, sits on page 4, where it delineates the property types and what is the assessor determined market value, and then what is the assessed value, because as a taxing entity, this is the resource that we have to levy against. And so what you can see on this page is that we have $8.2 billion worth of market value, assessor determined market value property, which can be levied against. There is a certain amount of property that is exempt. That would mostly be our property, for instance, all the schools, all the buildings. Those are things that are within our jurisdiction, but they are exempt from property taxation. And then you have the assessed value for each of those property types right next to it. So you see that we have $701,201,000 worth of total assessed value that a mill levy rate can be applied to. to generate the property tax revenue for this year. Going to the next version, which is the tax structure, Board Docs tax structure. So this is a file which then talks about for us as one of the taxing authorities that our residents are subject to. Are the major categories of our piece of that total picture. So you'll see here the 2021 tax year, last year's action, the 2022 tax year, which is the action we're currently talking about. And so just to recall that it's the 2022 tax year because it's the last day of the calendar year that determines the tax year. And that's when levies are assessed. And then the collections happen during the spring of the following calendar year. So what you see here on the top line in district assessed value is that 701,201 total. And then below there are the three types of mill levy that we will be assessing to the property tax owners of record for this year. Number one being the School Finance Act mills. That number is 25.164. We have the abatement number of 0.203, and then local discretionary mills of 15.133. Now, of course, there is more information to be had on each of those, and I will expand upon those.
But before you leave that screen, the change to the Gallagher amendment, what's the impact here?
So the change to the Gallagher amendment does not increase assessed values on its own, because the change to the Gallagher amendment simply stemmed the tide of erosion of assessed value that was required by the terms of Gallagher, which was to maintain this 60-40 ratio on a statewide basis between non-residential property and residential property. So the way that mix was being maintained was to adjust the assessment rates. Well, the assessment rate was only ever being adjusted on residential property, and so the residential property assessment rate eroded from where it started in 1982 when Gallagher was passed. I want to say it was about
20%.
Okay. And then had gone down towards where it was last year, which was 7.15, and so that's where it was when Gallagher was suspended by the vote last year. Now there was a separate further action by the state legislature to enact a 2-year drop from 7.15 down to 6.9. And so this is the first year of that 2-year exercise for that. So again, the rate is now holding steady. So the change in assessed value is only about the change in the assessor determined market value.
Well, the rate's up 1 from last year.
So let me go here to this page, which has the breakout of the residential and non-residential properties. It shows that we had 0.7% growth overall in the 690 from $701 million this year, from $696 million last year. Most of that growth came in commercial property. Because again, this isn't a full reassessment year, this cycle. That happens in the odd-numbered years. And so next year's full reassessment year is when we would see a bigger spike in the residential property value, the assessor-determined market value of residential property. So in those three categories, we have to remember of mills then that are proposed. I'm proposing to total 40.500 for this year. in the School Finance Act mills, there is a tax credit that is eroding over time, and that's crediting against the long-term rate that will be 27 mills flat, and that's eroding at the rate of 1 mill per year. So last year's tax credit off of 27 was 2.836. This year is 1.836. Next year it'll go down to 0.836 and then be completely expired in the year after that. So that is a mill rate that is increasing, and this is all formulaic. There are not decisions to be made really at the local level on this. We are just really formalizing what has been put in place at the state level. So on page 4 of this slide is where then I explain the local discretionary mills, which is a category that I use intentionally to combine what happens at the local level between both bond redemption mills and what we have as the 1999 mill levy override still here. And so these are monies that are determined only at the local level. The state does not have anything in this, but these numbers are still pretty much formulaic because this is what the voters had decided in those elections that established these collections. So for next year, on the 1999 MLO, you'll see that it's dropping slightly from 5.746 to 5.704, and that's what generates the $4 million total, which is the fixed dollar total that the 1999 mill levy override authorizes. So again, on the macro level, we're talking $701 million of total assessed value, assessing a total of 40.5 mills to the property tax owners, and that would generate $28.4 million of total revenue. $17 million of that revenue is School Finance Act revenue, and $10.6 million of that is local discretionary revenue. So that's kind of the macro view of what we have here. If I go to the next file in board docs is the mill levy history table and graphs. And what this will show is over time, starting in 2004, what the total mill levy rate has been by category, again, by those 3 categories. Well, really the 4 categories, because I am separating here the mill levy override from the bond redemption. And so you can see that it is, and I have a line there at 50 just to provide some perspective. But our different pieces of the mill levy assessment have fluctuated over time, with the exception of the program mill that was static from 2005 all the way through the 2020 year, which is when that property tax credit program was established, and that is what is taking the program mill, the School Finance Act mill, over time up from 23 towards 27.
So 4 million in 2004 had a mill rate of
11.932, right,
which is now
5.704.
It'll continue to drop.
It will continue to drop because it's a fixed dollar and not adjusting for inflation at all. That's why the inverse, where we said the $4 million that was approved back then, if it adjusted for inflation, would be, meaning if this mill rate stayed flat, it would be $7.5 million in today's money.
Right, or its buying power is 50% of what it used to be.
Right. On page 2 of the graphs, we have those same bars. I took out the part, the data labels, but what I added here was the aggregate assessed value of property. That's what is on the right side axis. So again, you can see us, as I mentioned before, we're hitting $700 million in total assessed value now, and you can see how that line has performed over time, over the same time as the mill levy history.
So this sharp spikes in the odd years for the last couple times is development?
The sharp spikes are the combination of development and appreciation in home values. and that's what has conversely led to the decline in those years on, especially on the 1999 mill levy override, but also on the bond redemption override too. So those are costing taxpayers less on a rate basis. Then the third chart there is looking at the total millage across time, and seeing that we had begun this cycle this with 55 mills, and we were still at a point right around 50 as recently as 2014. Last year it hit 39.4, so it went below 40 for the first time. And because again of the expiration of tax credit this year, we're projecting it to be 40.5, so up that 1 mil due to that tax credit expiration. And then the final page is the numbers, lots of numbers on one page, small fonts, but it is what is reflected in the graphs previous. Questions on any of these yet? So one more file in terms of this macro view would just be that last file, which is the mill levy certification form with a calculation worksheet. This is CDE's new form for resolution. So that's why this is the resolution, which is different than what you've done in the past. But this is their new format for the annual resolution. And so this goes through that same information, talking about 40.5 mills, $701 million of total assessed value, and the calculations for different segments of that, just as we've talked about before. This is where, again, this topic of general fund comes up. And if you remember when we were talking during the election cycle, there's this general funds, plural, as I like to call it, versus the general fund. And so the mill levy override, any mill levy override, according to the statute, is called general fund money. It is only bond redemption and these other potential overrides that have specific purposes that are held outside of general funds, plural. And so that's why you see the mill levy override sitting in that group of general funds. And so you see this total general fund levy of 31.071, then adding on the bond redemption levy of the 9.429 is what gets to the 40.5 total. So it's just kind of recasting those instead of in two pieces, or instead of in three pieces like I've done for you on the other slides. It's really kind of combines it into the two pieces, which are the general fund and non-general fund levies.
So all of this work you go through to create this certification of our mill levy doesn't impact the revenue we get from the state to fund school operations. It kind of targets how much the ratio is between local contribution.
That is its most direct impact, is that ratio between local share and state share. What the
Makes the state go up.
what the tax credit that is expiring is doing is it is creating more local share overall across the state, and that is adding some dollars into education, into the Total School Finance Act. So we do see some improved funding overall, and most of that comes from the fact that that local share is increasing at several districts across the state, and that gets added to the total calculation and then redistributed through the School Finance Act. I couldn't change the colors on this. They locked up the spreadsheet pretty good, and I didn't bother trying to hack into it. Maybe next time.
So with the School Finance Act, the less local revenue that's generated to meet the obligatory minimum funding, the more the state has to pitch in.
Yes.
Or backfill, or
yes.
subsidize, or whatever word you want to use.
You know, it's called state equalization. And that comes from its original intent where state funding was not meant to provide a majority of school finance act funding. It was meant to smooth out the edges, the high and low points between individual communities and what they were able to do from a local share. And so you talk about Gallagher, and it's been the impact of Gallagher over time, combined with Tabor, yes, but really I believe Gallagher is the biggest influence that has flipped the relationship of state share to local share. And so now across the state, the vast majority of funding for education now comes from the state level instead of the local level, and that's not where we started. And so we're in a place now that causes us a lot of difficulty in education overall.
And again, just to look forward, the bond redemption fund is 9.429 for, this is the year 2023, is that what we're?
This is for the 2022 tax year to be collected in 2023.
Right. So when does the Bear Creek Middle School bonds pay off?
I have some work that I can provide you, because after some of your questions in our last work session, I have gone and gotten that information. There are some payment nuances. So I think the quick answer to your question is nothing significant happens until 2028 or 29. But I'd like to show you that information in detail so we can demonstrate that.
And then Palmer Ridge High School is the other one that's still being paid off.
Right, but the way that the pay, we basically have three different bond structures in play right now, and the way that they're playing together, there's some low payment years while other repayments have a higher payment, and then they will flip. And so total payments are going to maintain this level for at least until 2026. Then I think it takes one step down from 2026 until 29 and 30 when it finally would expire. So it steps down from like 6 million down to 4 million, I think.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah.
So you think that's in the 2025 property tax year? That would be,
Speaking from memory right now.
yeah, we can wait.
It's either 25 or
Still
26.
want to see that because I'd like to lay this out over time. You've done a really good job showing the history and what has happened. If we could just start looking out 5 years on that, it would be helpful.
And we want to match that with demographic models, right, where we think the students are going to live and that kind of stuff, and look at, put that up against where the need for educational facilities will be. So we don't
Yes.
we don't run into the position some of our peers were in November, where they closed 15 schools and they wanted to build 6 more, and the constituencies looked at them and said, "Pardon me." Right?
All part of that comprehensive long-term plan.
Yeah, but right. Thank you.
So that's the big picture total view. The other thing I have in here is a file called Tax Basics, and this is kind of a tutorial on an individual basis. And I guess it starts with the basic question: do we know where the term mills come from? Did you know that the term mills comes from the decimal chart, and that a mill levy was sitting in that place in the decimal order? So you have the first two are percents, the next two are basis points, and the following two are called mills. So if you look at our structure right here, what we have is an assessment rate occupying a certain portion of that decimal structure, and the mill rate following behind that. That's kind of the language and the style and the structure of the way it works. The calculation is on an individual basis, an individual property basis is what is important to remember how this works. And it starts with, again, with that assessor's determination of home market value. We multiply that times the assessment rate. which determines the assessed value. We then multiply the assessed value times the mill rate divided by 1,000. That's in order to get it to the right decimal level. And then that gives you the result of the annual tax levy from District 38 in this case as a taxing entity. So these pages go down and just kind of walk through this. We've talked, as we talked during the campaign, the average assessor's determined home market value in the district is $500,000. It's actually $500,500. That is, again, the assessor's determination of home market value, which is less than the actual current market value, because the assessor's determination of market value is a lagging calculation. So it is 18 months behind what is actually happening in the true market. So it pretty much is always going to be lower unless we have a full correction on home values. Take that determination of home market value and again to multiply it by the assessment rate of 0.69, and you get that assessed value of $34,500. That's the taxable value that is being assessed that is being levied against to create the assessment. $34,000 times the mill rate divided by 1,000, this 40.5 mils that we're now projecting, is saying that the total all-in bill for that home is $1,400 for this year, just under $1,400. Yes, sir.
If the owner of that particular home is over 65 years old, doesn't she or he have an option to get a reduced rate? And if so, how much is it reduced by?
I believe that there are options for that, including
and veteran options also, I believe.
Yes.
So my point is,
but that is not something that comes through us or from us.
right?
But
it impacts it when we're
The individual.
right.
Yes.
When we're talking about people voting for an increase or not, that's the fact is they may be at 70% of that number.
Yes, they will have other opportunities to impact this number. This is kind of the most it would be with that total mill rate of 40.5 and this assessment rate of 6.9.
Yeah, so we could term that as a worst case scenario.
I emphasize and I want to continue to stress that this is the sequence that the calculation should run in, because what you have here is really a series of independent variables that are come together. And so if you do these in the wrong sequence, you can end up with a bad year-to-year connection. For instance, I know in the campaign some people were trying to multiply the assessment rate times the mill rate, but the assessment rate last year was different than what we have for this year, and so that was providing an incorrect answer. And so you had to, again, take this in this correct sequence so that you come up with a correct answer, because those independent variables will move independently. We as the District 38 are approving this mill rate. Again, a lot of it is still formulaic, but it comes from District 38. The assessment rate is done at a state level, and the determination of value is done at the county assessor level. So each of those entities are affecting each of those three pieces on their own individually.
At the same time, approving the mill rate, that's what we're given, and we don't have much, like if we voted no, we don't really have that option because it's mandated to vote on this.
Well, yes, yeah. If you voted no, we would not be able to make bond payments.
Right.
And we would have to cut the budget by $4 million. And I think the general fund levy would still be collected even if you voted no.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
So yes.
No, but the educational aspect that you're showing is helpful.
Agreed.
I also want to just add that that's only the school district part of my tax bill. So if I'm
Exactly.
paying $2,600, well, that means I'm paying for fire or police or other things besides the school district.
that's the other independent variable nature of this, is there may be other taxing entities that are affecting property owners' tax bills.
Good. Can I make a motion to approve the certification of the 2023 Lewis Palmer School District 38 mill levy as presented and attached to the minutes of this meeting?
Second.
Any other comments or questions? Matt, did you have anything you wanted to add? I forgot to ask earlier. Oh, he did. So let's call the roll in.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay?
I was just going to say, I came across a website. It was a real estate website talking about property taxes in Colorado, and that El Paso County has the second lowest property taxes in the entire state. I thought that was intriguing. With, I think it was Grand Junction being the highest, or not, I mean the highest, the lowest, and we were the second lowest. Just food for thought that I thought was interesting and intriguing.
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch.
Aye.
All right. C6, consider approved policy revisions, second reading. JFBA, intra-district enrollment. JFBB, inter-district enrollment. JECC, assignment to schools.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Brett.
Good evening. I approach you with a high level of confidence that this will be a cost-neutral conversation. As we spoke in our workshop a couple weeks ago, the only changes before you this evening are the removal of some the terminology in JFBA and JFBB that was redundant in the regulation, so I pulled it out. It was the grounds for denial of admission with the 6 different grounds for denial, which are clearly specified in the regulation, so we don't need it in both places. So that's the only change that you see before you from our first reading at the board meeting a month ago.
I appreciate that we talk about these now more in depth at our work sessions, because that way most of the questions that I always have policy questions, but they've already been answered and discussed and addressed during the work session. So I appreciate that we actually get to see these policies 3 times now. We're seeing them first reading, work session, and second reading to hash it all out. So I appreciate the process.
I appreciate this change you made. It does simplify it in my mind, so. I'm going to make a motion to approve the revisions to the following policies as presented. JFB, intra-district choice open enrollment. JFBB, inter-district choice open enrollment. And JECC, assignment of students to schools.
Second.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Wood?
Mr. Schwartz,
Aye.
Mr. Taylor,
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch.
Aye.
Very good. Agenda item C7.
Thank you, Mr. Frampton.
So I'm going to do a quick tee up here. Mrs. Wetstein is going to speak to, there's 2 first readings of policy revisions tonight. The first is the IHCDA concurrent enrollment. And then we have a brief presentation around policy BDF as well as a committee overview and follow up from our last work session. So Ms. Wetstein, I hand it off to you.
Okay, thank you. You will see in board docs our proposed changes to our policy on concurrent enrollment, and these are solely based on change in statute that we must align with. And so essentially, we can no longer require students to pass courses in order to pay their tuition. That is the major change here, again, due to statute changes.
Can you repeat that one more time?
So current practice, I should say past practice among districts has been to require families to sign an agreement that students would pass their classes if we were to pay a portion of their tuition to attend college classes while they're in high school. We can no longer do that. We must allow students to take college level classes, and we must pay the agreed upon rates for those classes, regardless of if students pass those classes or not.
Do we have the, I can't remember, do we have the ability to cap how many students and how many classes can be taken?
Yes, and I would need to bring that back to you, but yes, there is a cap that we can provide.
Is the funding that is associated with tuition for these students, is its origin someplace unique or different, or is it part of our general expense?
We use our
Per pupil
funding.
Per pupil revenue.
Not a special fund
Not a
that comes from
PPOR,
the
but
state or the feds.
No, it's
No.
an unfunded mandate.
They're essentially taking those classes in place of classes on our campuses, so
Yep,
I was
understood.
just going to say that
Okay,
as well.
thank you.
My other question is, do we have the ability, in the event that a student is taking the classes and has a record of failing multiple classes, can we write a policy that says we're not going to?
we counsel students before they would enroll in these classes. So our counselors do a wonderful job of advising students on which classes they would be successful in, and so that we don't get into those types of situations on a regular basis.
Sure, but let's just say we have student A, and that student takes a concurrent enrollment class, and whereas we used to be able to pay for that class if the student passed, and now we have to pay for the class regardless, do we have the ability to say, okay, you're a repeat offender, so to speak, and
We would counsel them not to take classes in the future, yes, but we have to.
okay.
Our general practice is to set our kids up for success.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, our counselors do a fabulous job of understanding what that looks like and working with students and families as necessary to make sure that those conversations take place prior to committing a particular course of action with a schedule.
So another way of asking this question is, how many times have parents had to reimburse us?
I don't know that answer, but we could certainly find that out.
I would like, yeah.
If it were more than a handful, I would be very surprised.
And
Very, very
ultimately, we
surprised.
don't have a choice on this, it's statute, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's somewhat anecdotal.
Somewhat. But we appreciate the interest as well.
So just for FYI, at our work session, can you bring up some stats on that?
Sure. Be happy to.
I was going to ask that same question.
Ultimately, it's a great program that kids can take college courses. Right?
Yes, and we actually, as a side note, had a really great conversation with some reps from Pikes Peak Community College today, and there's some additional dimensions of concurrent enrollment that we're continuing to partner with them on. So we'll be eager to share more of those updates as we go forward as well.
That would be good.
Ms. Wetstein, do you mind if you have the ability? I'm just looking to see if the presentation is. I think that's it. So, if nothing else with IHCDA, we'd like to take you through I promise, fairly brief, expeditious look at policy BDF, which is advisory committees, and also talk with you about our committee structures. And Ms. Wetstein, I do not have a clicker, so if you don't mind driving, that'd be great. So the essence of the proposed changes are to add a section of this policy that speaks to ad hoc committees, and we'll get into a little bit of the differences that you see from the other committee structures that we're creating with this. And then we're looking at a change from community committees or groups to essentially community task force groups. So that's a little bit of an abstract concept, but we're going to take you through what that actually looks like in practice here. So next slide shows you currently our committee breakdown. So we've had some good conversation about this, and I think you'll see the marriage from the policy language to how this actually lives in practice. So we're going to start with our board-appointed advisory committees. So we have 2 committees that will align with that specific committee structure, and those are our what we used to refer to as DAC, which is our D38 Parent and Community Advisory Committee. And we see the work of our Financial Transparency Committee, also known as our Financial Advisory Committee. We see that committee's work being very closely aligned to what occurs within the Parent and Community Advisory Committee, but with the opportunity to go much more in depth with our financial conversations and how we make proposals to our budgeting process. Obviously, this is going to be a committee that has a lot of continued traction as we're going into this upcoming spring and beyond. So I'm going to just kind of move us along here. So then there would be 4 what we refer to, or what the policy refers to as school and district level advisory committees that are required based on federal and state programming. And so we have our Gifted Education Leadership Team, also known as GELT, our Special Education Advisory Committee, also known as SEAC, our Wellness Committee, and we're also putting in a box here our building school advisory committees, which function as the building version of what we do at a district level with our DAC. An ad hoc committee, which is going to be one of our recommendations for revision, are neither appointed by the board nor formed as required under federal or state programs. So there's the difference from the first 2 buckets. However, they are encouraged to offer suggestions and advice to the board and district leadership in order to assist it in the decision-making process. The final responsibility for all decisions, however, rests with the Board of Education alone. So we see, as an example of an ad hoc committee right now, the Staff Collaboration Committee as an example of that. And there may be the potential for additional formation of ad hoc committees, but that would be the singular committee that we see functioning, again, as an ad hoc at this time. And then finally, in the Community Task Force Group section, so what we essentially are looking at are groups that will be initiated as needed to provide input on various issues related to district and school operations. Community Task Force, or a community task force, is a temporary group assigned to accomplish a specific task or to provide input on a defined issue. Community task force groups, again, are neither appointed by the board nor formed as required under federal or state programs, but are encouraged to offer suggestions and advice to the board in order to assist it in the decision-making process. So a great example of that right in front of us is our Portrait of a Graduate task force that will be working from January into February. And then we also see, I would likely suggest that we refer to our 4-day school week efforts as also having the opportunity to assemble and leverage a task force in this particular example.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Why would that fall under community task force and not ad hoc?
Because it is a singular issue that has a defined point in time.
It's also not an ongoing
Gotcha.
committee.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, we're on a timeline, so we know that we've got 2 months worth of work there. Whereas we see the Staff Collaboration Committee as an example of an ad hoc, that would be an ongoing standing committee. The rest of the presentation just fleshes out. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but it's available for your reference. So we go into detail on these different committees and structures. To describe the purpose, the membership, we actually have listed the Board of Education representative, and then we spell out the type of committee. And we see this also being a PDF that we can share with our community. So there's clarity on what the committee is, again, the purpose, the membership, etc. And then one additional note within the presentation is that if you recall from our work session, we also are recommending an additional review and revision to Policy AD, our school district mission, and Policy ADF, our wellness policy. However, we felt it was premature to present any revisions for the board's consideration tonight until we have the work that's completed in these committees. So I think what you're seeing and what I really appreciate is your feedback has helped create more substance and focus and purpose that's really aligning community engagement and two-way dialogue that is also going to help create that support piece that we're talking about when it comes to what are the policies that we are reviewing and revising, and how have we received community input into that process. And if there's any other questions, happy to respond, but that's essentially our update as to where we are in this particular realm.
So when I'm reading through this, where in this policy would the opportunity to possibly form additional committees? Not that I want to over-committee us, but let's say we want to do a curriculum committee, or for example, I know that there was some talk now at the legislative level. We still don't think we'll need a preschool committee, but
Correct.
But a curriculum committee, for example, would be a great example.
Do you want to speak to that one?
Yeah, I think depending on the longevity of the work, it would either live within ad hoc committees or community task force. So if it's a short-term project that we're trying to accomplish around curriculum work, for example, we would categorize that in the community task force group. If it was an ongoing, more permanent committee, it would live in ad hoc.
But how would they be formed? How would a committee?
Organically. So I think it would be as simple as, I would encourage us, and I don't know that this, although what you're bringing up, Ms. Upchurch, represents kind of a procedural element to how this policy is implemented. I don't know that we need to over-regulate that per se. There's nothing that prevents us from forming additional committees, but there's nothing that's forcing us to either, if that makes sense. I think the starting point, however, in consideration of the establishment of a potential new committee should start with a conversation about, do we already have something that's operating that allows us to do that work within the context of one or other of these groups. So I think it's just a conversation about, do we have something that's already addressing this, or do we not? And if we don't, and certainly there is an apparent need that arises, then we bring that forward and we continue this as an ongoing organic living process. The only thing I would add to that beyond is I'm not sure that unless the board were to say we want to create a board appointed advisory committee for this specific purpose, which again, nothing precludes you from doing that, it would probably be advisable to try to situate this type of work that's board appointed and advisory in nature within those two established groups to the extent possible. Okay. Does that help?
Yes, yeah. I'm game to have more conversation. I know we talked about this during our work session, but this is really good information to discuss and work through too.
The other thing I would add, and this gets a little bit into more of the implications from policy language, is that specific to the advisory committees that are board appointed, those appointments of individuals that are serving in that capacity ultimately are approved by the board. Now we're kind of midstream here, so we're not necessarily envisioning a reestablishment of the current committee composition for DAC in particular. Essentially, we would just ask you to sort of bless the members that are already in that position. However, when it comes to financial transparency, we do think there's an opportunity to update and mirror the representation that we currently see in DAC through members that are going to be assigned to the Financial Transparency Committee. And we'd like to suggest a process. We're not prepared to go into all that detail here tonight, but we would like the board to be able to ensure that that representation is consistent with the bylaws that exist and representative of a cross-section of our community.
The reason I brought up the work session is I think that this is the policy is a good policy, but I do think that there's some opportunity for the how-tos. Like, do we vote at the beginning of the school year or mid-school year, or when we're approving committees? Do we have a time frame or a timetable?
Yes.
Right, but so I'm saying,
Yes.
should it live in policy or no?
No, because it's not policy, it's procedural at that point. Okay. So we want to be really careful not to over-regulate in policy, but I think we can certainly spell out steps that we're taking. I don't even know that it would necessarily rise to the level of regulation as much as it would just be, here is our internal process, but we agree some specificity around that, particularly in the fact that, again, we're sort of midstream here, bears some additional attention. We're happy to go into more detail with you on that.
And with this map, some of these, like you said, that are mandated, like the GELT and the SEAC, also has to report to the Parent and Community Advisory Committee. Don't they have to give out
No.
reports?
We plan to continue to keep that part of our structure in DAC meetings,
Okay.
but they are not required to be part of DAC.
I did not know that.
We've done a deep dive in this particular domain, and we've learned some adjustments. I wouldn't necessarily call them like massive changes. They're just some tweaks to our understanding of how the committees operate and also interrelate. So I think this is actually, it represents a positive step forward in that effort.
See, I'm teachable.
The question I would ask is, so during the MLO, if indeed had it passed, MA wanted to have a proportional representation on which I think was financial transparency.
That's correct.
And do we have anything like that built in?
Yes, to our DAC membership, we have MA and each building represented by at least two. Mm-hmm. So that typically involves a staff member and a parent, although it can fluctuate a little bit. There's also at-large community membership. So we would envision, again, as I think I mentioned, a very similar or identical type of representative effort when it comes to both DAC and FTC.
It'll always be whole people. We'll never get into 2.5 buses.
Oh, fair.
I mean,
That's
full persons.
Indeed.
That's a work session item.
That's, yes.
So since we're talking about that very same subject, I still think that MA should have representation on the Financial Transparency Committee. And if we're talking about mid-year, then that's a great opportunity to ensure they're part of that committee.
I'm sorry if I didn't make that more clear. That's exactly what we're saying.
Perfect.
Exactly what we're saying.
I would like to provide clarification under school district advisory committees required under federal and state programs. We are required to provide those programs, and we are required to have community input. The specific committees are not required by law, but these meet requirements of law for those state and federal programs.
And maybe that represents an adjustment to our policy language, just so that we're that clear. Because if you're reading it this way, it looks like we have to have one, and to your point,
the programs are required by state and federal.
I think we can
law.
make that adjustment if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, it sounds like it follows the dollars, frankly.
It does.
Yeah.
Awesome work.
Thank you. We're excited about it too.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Well, I'd second, but I'd like to pull number 3 out to discuss notification of posting of school board meetings. I'd like to update and recommend other places to post school board meetings and agendas. I'd like to have a discussion on it since it's on the agenda, and I was going to actually ask in board reflections to put this on a future agenda anyway, so here it is, and it's a great opportunity.
Sure. The only reason I'm hesitating is I think we have to determine this before 2023 is our understanding of this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can we do it in January though? Or do we have to do it tonight? Because I would encourage us to have we're open to all of that. This is just a standard item. So you want to propose some additions. So you just want to remove it from the agenda for conversation tonight.
Yes, I didn't want to remove it to not vote on it. I wanted to have a discussion on it.
Okay. Or do you want to add, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. You want to just add more to it?
Yes.
Okay.
And if, in the sake of time, I don't know what the deadline is, if just tabling it to work on it in a work session and then vote on it in January, I'm good with that too. I just want to add some more opportunity for the public to access our agenda and our meeting announcements.
Okay. Do you already have those items and do you?
Yes.
Oh, then time can be now too. So
I didn't realize this, that, and I appreciate the conversation I had with Mr. Belcher on this. In the past, we had sent these out, our agendas out to all of our parents via email. And some of our parents, in speaking to them, say, yes, I want to still see these. Some of our parents say, I really don't, I get enough emails, I don't want to be bombarded with more. So having that opt-in out process, I appreciate that. But what about new families and parents and community members that don't know how to opt into that? Well, I want to know where's the announcement and opportunity for them to get their hands on agendas who are new and don't know. And just saying board docs, the layman, I'm guessing, probably doesn't know what a board docs website is. And I also, in addition, think that this is coming from my perspective only, that I think we should also include our agenda and our board announcement on our social media pages.
can I restate what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
The recommendation would be to email the notice of our board meetings, including the agenda, to all families.
And or ensure that we are announcing at the beginning of the school year and in any place that they can get their hands on to find out how to opt into receiving those emails.
This, I appreciate, I think what I'm hearing, the reality for our email system is that when we push something out like that, it can go to everybody. If we were specifically asking to be removed from that list, I don't know. Mark, can you help? Because I'm just trying to make sure I'm capturing it.
No, I'm saying to be included. If it's too much, given the new system we have to email it to every parent, then what I'm saying is any new parent or new resident into D38, to find a way to communicate that if you would like to receive our agendas, here's how. And it seems like it's common sense, but there's a lot of folks that may not miss it. I mean, it's easy to miss. So
I'm just trying to figure out the easiest way to do it. So
yes.
My recommendation would be take that one-time approach each year, whether that's January or the first board meeting of the school year, or you do that on the turnover of the fiscal year. Pick a time and you can send an email to all families and say, if you'd like to opt in for receiving board agendas and updates, click here, and then they would sign up through a system that we would create.
Does that work for, I guess we can make that work if that's what you're suggesting. We just want to make
yeah.
sure. So I'm just translating that to a regular email communication to families that want to opt into that. And then the second part was included on our social media pages. So that would include things like Facebook, Twitter, I think. Any others, Mark?
I would just make the case that it's not content that you would post on all social media pages. I would just add like where appropriate.
I think that, this is my own personal opinion, that every month we should be posting our agenda on our Facebook, at least on our most used social media, which I assume is Facebook, and that it's also easy to find on our website to make an announcement that says, remember our board meeting is this date, go to board docs.
Okay. Do we capture that well? Because I'm trying to make sure we've got it wrapped up.
We have community members, even in this room right now, that are able to post and say, remember, board meeting, D38 board meeting, this coming up Monday, here's the agenda. So surely we can do that ourselves as well.
Of course we can.
Okay.
I just want to be clear that we're capturing it the right way. And I would, yeah, okay, we got it.
How will we know if it's been effective? What do you want to achieve, Tiffany?
I want to achieve being as transparent and accessible as possible. And this is one of those probably intangible things that you may not know, but it's just one more step in being accessible and transparent.
Fair. Thank you.
What does the law call for? There's a sunshine law here that you've referenced. CRS 24-6-402 subset 2 subset E. Is what's underneath there essentially cover that?
I think this is a great example of as long as we are as long as the board is approving the listing of these public places where notifications of school board meetings will be posted, we are meeting the scope of that particular subset of that statute. I don't think it matters the where as much as that you're approving it. Vicki, is that your understanding as well?
I believe so. There may be like a minimum of it being posted in the district administration office, something like that.
I don't know that I've even read it that way, but it's just that we all have demonstrated our due diligence to accurately notify where you can expect to be notified of our public meetings. And the other thing that builds into that, but we also do this, is if we were to have, for example, an offsite or some other event that board members might be attending, and there's more than 2 board members that are in attendance, then we provide that notice to the community at which time that may be happening.
And you raise this issue because you're hearing feedback that people are not being made aware? Is that why you raise this issue?
So yes. When folks ask, well, how do I know when the board is doing X, Y, Z? And I had stated, well, the agenda's emailed out, or you can see it. And we have a lot of folks that are new and don't know that. And so I'm just trying to increase the opportunity for folks to be able to have at the tip of their fingertips any information that they need or want. And so this is just one more way to, my personal feeling is that you can never have too much information. I know that some people have a different philosophy on that, but my philosophy is the more information, the better. So I have received feedback that, well, I didn't know there was a meeting, or I didn't know you were discussing this policy. So I think this is a step in the right direction of ensuring that folks know.
So this is kind of a formal, once a year approval that we're doing. And what I'm hearing from Tiffany, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you'd like to review this essential policy.
Well, it's required by law also, so.
I understand, but I think you would like to review it. And so what I'm wondering is if we couldn't just bring it up in a work session in the future and we can update it again and get through tonight because it's required by law once a year.
But we can certainly begin to implement it as you've requested. Additional postings via Facebook, and I'm not sure if you meant beginning of the calendar year or beginning of the school year, to notify parents that they can opt in to receive via email.
And that's something that you can even put in the newsletter.
Correct. We could do this year's edition in our very next newsletter, in addition to commencing posting on Facebook and Twitter.
Here's my only question. I just want to make sure, I know we're beating this horse to death here, and it's not the earliest hour anymore. I want to make sure we're achieving the goal. Is the goal to get more people to become interested in what's going on at the school, or is the goal to make it really easy for them to find the meetings and the agendas?
Yes and yes.
Okay. Because the latter, I think, is I just went through the process, is a one click to get to. Very easy. Homepage of the district, it's right there under the board. Click on meetings and you're done. But if the goal is to grow the audience, for lack of a more elegant term, then the tactics to get to the goal are very logical. That's all I'm trying to get to, so that if we do some action, let's make sure it's going to yield what we want to get. That's all. Good?
Yes?
And if I may, unique to this specific action that is required by law, what I think Ms. Upchurch has outlined is two additional steps that can expand the reach so that we are ideally yielding more awareness of what's happening, which I think is one step in this. And then what I appreciate about what Mr. Schwartz just said is if the goal is to increase engagement and attendance and other aspects of the meetings themselves, that certainly represents ongoing work that our board and district leadership team can partner in. So I'm not sure that we would need to continue to look. I mean, we can always talk about where is it being posted, but I think there gets a little bit more to how are we achieving greater levels of engagement along those steps as well. Is that a fair representation of?
Yeah, I think that's a fair representation. We've discussed many times before, how do we get our voice and engagement out to other community members that folks typically aren't going to come to us. We need to go to them.
Sure. Yep. So if I can summarize real quick, what you are voting on tonight is this public content with an addendum that we can update to say to include email email notification to our families in a targeted manner, and
to include annual email notification in addition to appropriate social media posting.
okay. So that would be what you all are voting on, at least as it pertains to that third item on the consent agenda.
That works.
Glad we were able to get that tidied up.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yes.
Ms. Wood?
Mr. Schwartz?
Aye.
Mr. Taylor?
Aye.
Ms. Upchurch?
Aye. What is today's date? Today's the 12th.
So Do you have any self-reflections that anybody would like to share?
No, thank you.
I was going to share some reflections on the CASB retreat, but in the sake of time, I will save that for a work session.
And what about future meeting agenda items?
Nothing.
Nothing beyond what we've talked about.
Right. I'd want to get to a capital spend plan.
I think we're in a position to share where we are in that process at the January work session.
Great, thank you.
Well, then with that,
I actually do have some. So in the future, in 2023, it doesn't necessarily need to be in January. It could be January, February. But some things I think we should have dialogue, probably fits in a work session, is our capital improvement priorities laid out with which Mr. Coulter's already doing, and a time frame, and then to engage in, we will have started the legislative session, so to start engaging that actively in the legislative session. And then I think it would be helpful to have conversations surrounding when we pass policies and legislation comes down, what does that mean for a state level, legality level? We've talked about policy AC, and what does that mean for us as a district? And I think if we just have honest and vulnerable and humble conversations, I think that goes a long way in how do we come up with solutions if there's a conflict.
Can I
And I don't-
attempt to summarize what I think I just heard?
Yes, sir.
You'd like some additional conversation about policy implementation practices specific to policy AC?
Yes.
I would recommend, if we are moving in that direction, that also involves legal counsel involvement.
Possible
And
session.
the other component I would like to mention with that is there may be an appropriate time to engage that conversation in more of an executive session, since it's seeking legal counsel, as well as being very transparent and clear with what we can be with the community. And the real differentiator there is, are we talking about individual students and situations, in which case we would never make that public?
Right.
So I just want to make sure I'm hearing that accurately.
Sure. I want to be very sensitive to that as well, and have a sensitive dialogue. And it may be that executive session initially is more appropriate, just to understand just to understand as a board, for starters.
Okay.
So I think you got a good summary.
Okay.
you're good.
I am.
You're awesome. So why don't we adjourn for the final time in 2022? Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you. Be safe out there. We are in a winter storm warning, and it's coming in, and it's going to be a doozy.
My kid is hoping that it's going to be a doozy.
Well, just putting everybody in somewhat of a advanced notice. So.